Bad. No. Bad. The channel is called J Draper. You should go and check them out. They're very cool.
Mm. That's a good word. Mm.
Giving his opinion, but pretending it's somebody else saying it. He might as well literally just be wearing a glove.
Let's go and show myself. Shall we? Oh, it's evolution, god damn it. Fair enough, it's not promotion. Hooray! Rejoice, comrades. Jim Speak is here. Hi, Jim. And rejoice, this Australian story girl. Watch your Gemma. Everyone, go and follow Story Girl. They are awesome. They are Australian and not a cookie. Ah, using your local parlance. How's it going, Jim? I like Kev's. Oh, Vicky Cleese just gifted 5 memberships. Oh, I think read incoming. Wayward. Wayward picking me up because she be based. I love Wayward. Let's go to my Twitch stream. Obviously, I won't be getting a read on Twitch from Kev, unfortunately, which sucks. And in saying that, we'll have him back for Sunday. Then Keir Starmer is on award-winning journalism. Gonna be fun. Oh, I'll just turn this down actually, so there's no reverb. Yay! Rejoice! Mod extraordinaire is here. Hi, Wayward. Oh, the way that because of the type of text I've chosen, I thought I said net. Hey, YOLO! Hello, hello. Zach Marsh. Hello. Oh, thank you, darling. I keep on meaning to tease Kev about pinching you, but I've got Shanna. And obviously, while you're here, you can do your own, you can police as well in case any fucking idiots appear. They mostly do attack YouTube, oddly enough. They've given up on Twitch because I basically deal with them verbally. Because us Scots, we know our way around speaking. Oh God, is it still echoey? Hi, Vicky. I noticed you gave 5 gifted to Kev. Our Brummy comrade definitely needs the money until he gets his Twitch back. Hello, everyone. I don't know why it's echoing, which is, oh God. Turn that off. Is that better? I don't know the one. So there's the headset. Super tiny! Oh my God! Thank you, DJ Super Tiny, for subscribing to my lunacy. Much appreciated. Hi, darling. Rejoice, mod extraordinaire and editor for channel. Shanna Cranky Pants. How's the back, darling? Oh! Nice one, Gemma. Thank you for the shout out. Yes, go and follow Capricorn. There be Cappy, and there be Shanna. Rejoice, comrades. Mixed Vivian Wolf is here. Hi, Vivian. Go and follow Viv. She is beast. Thank you, Miss Hire. I could see Kev getting upset. Just leave Birmingham alone. I did like that Jay Draper video that I chose to watch. I was very fitting after listening to Lauren Southern. Funny that, basically rubbishing Stephen Yaxley Lennon. Never forget that. He can call himself whatever the fuck he likes, but his legal name on his passport is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. You think he might be ashamed of being Irish? He shouldn't. Well, he should be ashamed for all shit. Obviously, nice one. Do not force yourself, which I have been guilty of in the past because me being naughty. I know my limits, and if my joints are being bastards, I apologise to everyone saying no spring tonight because usually, funny that, as you get older, people, you will notice different things starting to not work as well. I have been like that since a teenager. It's fun. Trev! Mwah. You legend. Yay. We have mixed Vivian Wolf subscribed now. Fucking amazing. Thank you, Vivian. This is awesome. Thank you, everyone. There's my fucking... Okay. This one's going to be fun. If you're not already, um, sign up to the Canary. I pay, I donate to them, but don't feel you need to. You can literally just create an account and you can be a member and you can leave comments. I can leave comments, which is fun. I've done that on 2 stories so far. I might leave a comment under this one because fun. Being able to get a dig in at both of these bastards. Always productive, maybe. Okay, 6 years ago. Are you on my Discord? If you are, back it in there, Miss Fire. Right, shall we have a laugh? This will be funny. Yeah, I struggled to get them from my phone onto my stream because I don't go into my actual stream channel when I'm live because I can't figure it out yet without giving away all my secrets and still reading through videos. I'll figure it out, don't worry. So, did McSweeney learn hiding through Israel donors from Starmer or Starmer from McSweeney? I think it's the former. No, I think Starmer learned from McSweeney because this is just an empty fucking suit, not a prime minister really. It'll be fun to hear what he says on Sunday. So for each of their party conferences, they'll speak to the leaders. So obviously the Prime Minister will call the leaders first. I've got that muted. I've had the microphone on my phone muted for ages, so it can't be that. Shall we? Oh, this was only a couple of hours ago. This one. Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, Morgan Sweeney, a chief architect of the anti-Semitism scam against Jeremy Corbyn, and attempts to destroy the Canary. Never forget that. Oh my god. Is that on Turn Left? They covered it. I think I might actually go and find that video and show you all. Because Curtis used to work for the Canary. Because Curtis is beast. They are going to be at your show, the Alternative Conference happening in Liverpool as well. So is Demo. Gonna be amazing. It's under pressure today. It's been under pressure for a while. Well, a good couple of weeks now. Today, after the Tories received a leaked email showing legal advice from McSweeney's lawyer that shows Labour Together lied in its excuse for not declaring more than £700,000 in donations received when he was running it. Labour Together. Excuses, excuses. I would still be using the headphones to hear the video, but I could shoot my actual speaker back up to see if that would help. Oh, I've got that all twisted. Did be like that for a minute. Labour Together claimed the non-declaration had been an administrative error. Don't believe you. An excuse the Electoral Commission swallowed. Toothless bastards. And then imposed a minimum fine. I'm not sure how much it would have been. They should have been fined substantially for doing this, in my opinion. But in reality, the excuse was a fiction, a strategy for getting off the hook as far as possible. Oh my God, this is small writing. New information on how the Electoral Commission was misled. The Conservative Party has now seen the internal correspondence between Morgan McSweeney, corresponding from a Labour Party email account, and Gerald Shamash of solicitor Dystopian Shamash, so he's his partner. We assume that this email has been passed from within the Labour Party to outside sources. Delightful. This correspondence relates to how the Electoral Commission should be handled after the Commission had initiated its formal investigation. On 3rd February 2021, Mr. Shamash advises Morgan McSweeney the amount of the late-reported donations is £739,492. Fair amount. And there are, in my view, no easy way to explain how Labour Together finds itself in this situation. I know why. The legislation is clear that notwithstanding Labour Together should have reported. Yes, you have to follow the rules. The advice from the Electoral Commission was that Labour Together, as members association, Labour Together needed to continue to register. Basically, they have to declare how much they've been receiving in funding for electoral campaigning. In that light, he recommends a strategy where best to simply base our case as to the non-reporting down as an admin error. Should not have followed that advice, personally. The current Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, is quoted that she recalled a meeting with Labour MPs in early 2019, where Morgan McSweeney told them that donations to Labour Together had to be and were being reported to the Electoral Commission. But based on information from Shabana Mahmood and Steve Reid, current local government secretary and housing, he put that in the reshuffle, who's in charge of electoral law, he notes that the intent of Labour Together was otherwise to hide donations to protect Trevor Chin as donor and director. Delightful. These people are bastards. Discussion is made of a legal strategy to hide Morgan McSweeney's name. We need to be careful. I hope to minimise publicity. Lying to the British voter. Delightful. And steps are taken without raising the Electoral Commission's suspicions. There is discussion of a notional conversation with the Electoral Commission in 2018, incidentally, of which the Electoral Commission has no record. What the fuck? Where it is recommended should not be referenced again. Reference given it would result in a defensive approach by the Electoral Commission. The advice is also that such an approach would be inconsistent with the reporting of a donation in August 2018. I believe there is strong public interest that this information is available in the public domain, given it seemingly contradicts previous statements made by Labour Together and relates to the breach of political finance law. Rejoice, comrades! Maid Captain is here. Hi, darling. Look! Labour Together, being bastards. Who'd have thunk it? What the fuck, Electoral Commission? Get your house in order. And that's just results. This was done in order to protect pro-Israel donor Trevor Chin and keep the source of Labour Together's funding hidden from then Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn. Funny that, the right wing of the party hiding things. Never been known. Alongside the emails exposing the deception, a Freedom of Information request, which they have to follow, apparently, but half the time they don't. A Freedom of Information request shows the Electoral Commission making absolutely clear to McSweeney that all donations must be declared and that a criminal offence has probably been committed, not just a rules breach. Oh, Christ. Alongside this, the Electoral Commission has released under the FOIA, which is the Freedom of Information Act, details of a phone call rightly logged by the Electoral Commission under their case management system. Rejoice! Red Rust is here for chill gaming vibes. And Rocksmith basing, basically. Go and follow Red Rust 308. They'd be awesome. Hi, Red Rust. Welcome in. Rightly logged by the Electoral Commission under the case management system of 14th November 2017. 8 years ago. Making clear that donations had to be reported. Labour Together have not been reporting donations to us. Mr McSweeney was under the impression that Labour Together did not have to report because they did not campaign. I am having an amazing time zone. It's 11:30, but I'm doing well. Thank you for listening. That's a lie, by the way. However, Labour Together is a registered MA. I'm not sure what it means, but I should know. As a registered MA on our system, Mr McSweeney says they are not a members association, so this is where the confusion started. I advised him to report the donations to us with a cover letter saying why they had not been reported sooner and said that if any details in the system are wrong, we can review it. In addition, the FOI shows that this was followed by an email, 6th of December 2017, 3 weeks after, to Morgan McSweeney, making this totally explicit. Have to do it. During our conversation on this matter, 14/11/2017, I said I would look into the question of whether Labour Together is a members' association. You're funding a party, you don't necessarily need to be a members' association. Getting into definitions now, what the fuck? The definition of a members' association is an organisation that is not a political party, but it is wholly or mainly made up of the members of a political party. As the board of Labour Together is mainly made up of Labour Party members, it is considered to be a members' association. Under the Political Parties Election and Referendums Act 2000, there are rules that certain organisations must follow in relation to donations and loans that they receive in connection with their political activities, which include such activities as promoting or developing policies for adoption by a political party, or promoting the candidacy of an individual for internal party office. Groups that are wholly or mainly made up of members of a registered political party but exist outside the party's constitution are subject to these rules under PPERA, the political party, blah, blah, blah. Members association fall under regulated donee rules, which means they're regular donator to a party. If they're donating to a party in any capacity, I thought they had to declare everything. Members associations do not need to register with the Commission. However, they can only accept a donation or enter into a loan over a certain value if it comes from certain, mainly UK-based sources. For any permissible reportable donation, a members' association has up to 30 days from the day they accept it to report the donation to the Electoral Commission if the value is over £7,500 or the donation is over 500 in aggregates with others from the same donor over 7.5 grand. Schedule 7 of PPERA is crystal clear that the members' association must report donations if they're engaged in A. Promoting or procuring the election of any person to any position in or to any committee of the party in question. B. Promoting or procuring the selection of any person as the party's candidate for election to a relevant elective office, basically if they want to be a MP. And C, promoting or developing policies with a view to their adoption by the party. So giving them policy points and stuff, ideas for legislation, that kind of thing. Labour Together met each of those tests, in particular helping secure the election of Keir Starmer as Labour leader. Unreported donations received by Labour Together include 147,500 of donations during the period of the 2020 Labour leadership election when Morgan McSweeney was secretary. In this new evidence which has come to light, there is discussion of Morgan McSweeney's defence that Labour Together was not at that time a campaigning organisation with inward facing. You're still donating to him becoming Labour leader. You have to declare it, is what I thought. Had no public meetings, acted as a think tank without a Twitter account, but the lawyers are then explicit that the legislation is clear and Labour Together should have reported the donations. The statutory tests above are obvious that just being inward facing does not exempt one from the requirements to report donations. Bloody hell. Oh. Sorry about the dry legalese here, but helping people understand how this stuff actually happens or what should happen is good. So you can call them out for being lying bastards. The implications of this new revelation. Taken together, one could draw the following inferences. Labour Together and Morgan McSweeney were told they needed to report donations. Yes. They chose not to report those donations as they did not want the Corbyn-led Labour Party to know who was bankrolling their secretive political campaigning, and to keep their work below the political radar. Whilst their donations could have faced intimidation from the hard left. Hard left? Excuse me? That is not justification for breaking the law. Plus, Jeremy Corbyn's not hard left. Give me a break. Once the Electoral Commission was investigating the case, a false excuse of administrative errors was concocted to minimise the sanctions they faced and the bad publicity, because they were literally running a shadow campaign behind Jeremy Corbyn's back. Morgan McSweeney's name was airbrushed out of the picture. The Home Secretary and Local Government Secretary in charge of criminal law and political finance law, respectively, have been embroiled in this cover-up. The Electoral Commission was knowingly misled. Oh, no problem, Miss Hire. I know I do stream a little bit late, and a lot of people do get kind of burnt out with the current state of our politics. I completely understand. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you have any. Stay based. Catch you later. Bye. We'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's at 11. Bye, sweetie. Potential for a criminal investigation. Please. The Political Parties, Elections and Referendums Act 2000 provides for a criminal offence under paragraph 13.3, Schedule 19B of knowingly or recklessly providing false information to a person authorised to investigate possible offences. There is no risk of double jeopardy in this case, given it would clearly be a separate offence to the substantive failure to report political donations. That was subject to the 14,250 variable monetary benefits. Only 14,000? Fine. That's shite. Should be higher. Ah. In addition, for a members' association under Schedule 7, Part 2, Section 9, evasion of restrictions on donations alongside Section 61. So dry. Rejoice! Comrades, Sozzled Snake is here. Hi, Sozzled. Thank you. That's 3 new subscribers now. And thank you for gifting main captain. In addition, for a members' association under Schedule 7, Part 2, Section 9, evasion of restrictions on donations, alongside Section 61, a person commits an offence if they knowingly does any act in furtherance of any arrangement which facilitates or is likely to facilitate, whether by means of any concealment or disguise or otherwise, the making of donations. Schedule 20 of that Act provides that providing false information is an either way offence. There is therefore no time limit for bringing proceedings. Basically, whenever this gets uncovered and the Electoral Commission find out, they can do an investigation and they can get charged. Section 153 of the Act advised that any officer of an unincorporated association may be liable of being guilty of an offence if the act was committed with the consent or connivance of, or to be attributable to any neglect of the officer. Basically, if someone in the members' association or wherever or the political party do not declare it, try to obfuscate, hide it, or literally lie to the Electoral Commission, they can always get done for it whenever it gets uncovered. Oh dear God. So there are the links and stuff. Seriously, all this stuff is there's specific people who write all this kind of legislation and stuff, especially where these things are considered. And there's people who work for the Electoral Commission who do this. They're basically linguists and legal communications experts. A friend of mine is a fiscal, and their best friend does this. They work for the Scottish Executive, and their legal discipline is legal language and writing legislation. And it really is quite dry because you have to cover every fucking base essentially. But such sharp practices are not exclusive to Morgan McSweeney. Correct. And Labour together. When running for the Labour leadership in late 2019 and early 2020, McSweeney's boss and current Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, also had several of his biggest donors, including the fiercely pro-Israel Trevor Chin. Wow. Correct. Aha. Well said, Sozzled. No doubt because Labour members would not have been fooled for a second into believing Starmer's thoroughly dishonest election pitch that he wants to bring unity and build on Corbyn's policies. Starmer squirming. An obviously evasive Starmer infamously squirmed when put under pressure by then BBC interviewer Andrew Neil, noted Spectator editor and Scottish from Paisley, by the way. I don't know how Paisley managed to create this kind of right winger. I really don't. Paisley. By the BBC interviewer Andrew Neil about his refusal to declare his donors in the same way that his leadership rivals had done. So that was everyone else running against him after Corbyn, essentially. I can't remember who he actually ran against him. Do we want to watch that? I'm sure I'd be able to find it on YouTube. So this will be 2020, I believe, or 2019. Oh, will it play? It's only 2.5 minutes long. I'll try it. Play.
Why haven't you declared all the major donors who are funding your leadership campaign?
Well, at the beginning of the campaign, the Labour Party set out the rules that we should all comply with, and they briefed us on it. And they involve doing the necessary checks on any donations, and then passing it to the parliamentary authorities so that they can be published. And I'm following those rules.
But that's process.
That's not process, that's the rules.
You're following the process, but there's a bigger principle at stake, that Labour Party members who are being asked to vote for you should know who's bankrolling your campaign.
That is why the Labour Party set up those rules.
But you won't tell us.
The Labour Party rules say, carry out the checks, which we have to carry out, and I've got a compliance team doing that. once you're satisfied the checks are carried out and the donations are proper in order, they go to the parliamentary authorities who put them on the parliamentary website so that everybody can see them. I've been following that procedure. That is exactly the parliamentary
But the other
rules.
candidates in this contest have published who is bankrolling their campaign. You seem to be hiding behind this process. Why won't you simply tell us tonight who are your 5 biggest donors?
Andrew, how can you say I'm hiding behind a process when it's the Labour Party process? The Labour Party, beginning of
Because you're hiding behind the process.
the Labour Party
Why
said,
don't you do what the other candidates do and tell? Don't Labour members have a right,
Well,
as they decide whether to vote for you or not? They want to know where your money's coming from.
I've been asked that many times. I've said it's coming from trade unions, from crowdfunding, from individual donations.
Who's your biggest donor?
It's coming from those three. One of my biggest donors was put up on the website, I think, yesterday.
Right, that's one of the lawyer.
Yes.
That's the law. But who are your 5 biggest donors?
Well,
you haven't announced. You've only announced about £125,000 worth of donations. This campaign costs a lot more than that. Doesn't transparency just demand? I mean, it's causing you a problem. You could solve that tonight by saying, when I leave here, everybody who's bankrolled my campaign, I will make public.
Well, of course, Andrew.
But you're not going to do that.
Andrew, please hear me out.
So just to be clear, who's giving you £100,000?
This line of attack on me that I'm following the rules, which the Labour Party at the beginning of the exercise said, right, how was...
Okay, who's giving you more than 100,000?
The Labour Party at the beginning of the exercise said, these are the rules as to what you've got to check.
Who's giving you more than 100,000?
These are the rules as to publication. Nobody's given me more than 100,000. That biggest donation went up yesterday or the day before.
And how much is that?
Was it 100,000?
100,000.
Yes.
So that's your biggest.
Yes.
Yeah, he's from Paisley Sozzles. Who'd have thunk it? Yeah, both Aberdeen. He got adopted, so he was not born. I don't know where he was born actually, but he was brought up in Aberdeen. Went to private school. Funny that. Yeah, Ruth Davidson. She was quite popular. We call her Ruth the Moose. I really didn't like Davidson. She was basically, she had to go up against Alex Salmond. Don't get me wrong, I didn't like Alex Salmond. I try not to speak ill of the dead, but I just didn't. I learned from my granddad, lifelong SNP member, he despised Salmond. I did kind of defend him when I was younger, but not now. I haven't really defended him for fucking over a decade now. I always thought something not quite right about him. Don't get me wrong, the policies he promoted when he was First Minister, fairly good. But the man himself, I don't know. Nice one. I'm trying to remember I know what city you're in. Is that WA, Gemma? If I remember correctly. Or is it Victoria? Eventually, long after the result was in and it was too late for Labour members to change their votes, after his campaign of promising to promote party unity and maintain Corbyn's policies, Sturmer was revealed to have accepted £455,000, the bulk of his spending from anti-Corbyn and mostly pro-Israel donors. Despite or because of Labour Together's dishonesty, it was appointed by Starmer's Labour in 2021 to try and fight the success of independent candidates. Not declaring donations from Chin probably appears to be habit forming on the Labour right. Rejoice, comrades! James Holmes is here. Hi, James. we're seeing how corrupt and horrible the Labour right is. Delightful. In 2022, Rachel Reeves, now Chancellor, suffered her own admin error. Funny that, they keep on having administrative problems. I wonder why. Suffered her own admin error in failing to declare a chin donation. Such connections, part of the huge funding given by the Israel lobby to the Labour right now in office, clearly seem connected, whether as cause or as effects, to the ongoing collaboration in Israel's genocide of approaching 800,000 civilians in Gaza. Yes. McSweeney, corrupt to the core. Given the timelines and the length of time Starmer and McSweeney have been intertwined, oh, does Kay mention it? There's a channel called Kane Skills that I'm a patron of. Is it mentioned in that video? It might be. We'll go and find the one that Turn Left done, especially about Labour Together targeting this publication, this basically newspaper, I'm classing it as. Given the timelines and the length of time Starmer and McSweeney have been intertwined, it's not clear who is the apple and who is the tree. But one clearly didn't fall very from the other. Quite funny though. Tragically, their exposure has come too late to save the country from austerity Mark II of the Red Tory team, but in an ethical parliament, both would be long gone, and in a sane world, neither would ever get within 100 miles of power again. Yes, totally. Well said, the canary. Let's go back up to the top. There we go. What apple, what tree? I would say tree. Apple. Just my take. Like I said at the top of the story, empty suit. Let's see if I can find that from Turn Left. Is that last year? Oh, Scottish Independent Podcasters got filled from Whitford. Save the playlist. Good videos. I will get to that later. I'd like that. That would actually be good. Maybe? There it's there. Yeah, it's a year ago. Oh, when he had blonde hair.
Now, one of McSweeney's obsessions was the Canary, an alt-left website, alt-left, really weird thing to say, that had seemed to appear from nowhere and grown to a peak of 8.5 million hits a month. Moreover, Corbyn supporters trusted the site equally to The Guardian, their other favourite source of information. And so McSweeney had an aim: to schmooze The Guardian and kill the Canary. Destroy the Canary or the Canary destroys us, he told the Labour Together MPs. Now, that's very, very interesting. Some of you may know I used to work for the Canary. Now, my time there was around 2021 onwards, so I was there for a few years. This obviously was not during the time when Labour Together were trying to destroy the Canary. But what I can tell you from the Canary, and this is, look, I want to paint a picture here for a second, right? It's not a media outlet that has a lot of money, and over the years, less and less money has gone to the Canary because people can't afford to donate to it. Now, every single time there was a Conservative budget, we would get emails from supporters who would say, I really support what you're doing, but I have to cancel my subscription because I've just seen the Conservative budget and they're hammering people on welfare, and I'm on welfare. And they had to cancel because they couldn't afford to support the Canary. Now, the readers of the Canary were the sort of content that we were appealing to, the working class, disabled and sick people, people who are on welfare and universal credit. It was truly a working class publication. And you had Morgan McSweeney surrounded by rich bellends trying to shut down the Canary, a publication that wasn't just for the working class, but many of us involved in it were working class who had many struggles such as chronic illnesses, many people who had been on universal credit. I had been on universal credit myself. We were not rich. We were paid £12 an hour because that's all we could afford to pay ourselves. We wanted to pay ourselves more, but we couldn't afford it. We were almost hanging on by the teeth for a very long time. And Labour together wanted to destroy the Canary, destroy so many people's lives.
They still do. They've been brilliant on Gaza and the West Bank. They've been brilliant at basically hammering our government and how fucking corrupt the Labour right is, and exposing people like Morgan McSweeney. They've been doing. I donate to them because I've got enough money to do it, even though I'm on benefits. I get more money from the Scottish Government for my disability now. Rejoice. Thank God for that. Because the DWP are fucking bastards. So I donate to them. I'm not sure how many people actually donate to the Canary. I'd want it to be more, but the leftists, money problems, who'd have thunk it? But yeah, I donate to them because they deserve it. I want them to carry on doing the brilliant coverage that they're doing. And you can tell from my cats and Janae Scotty I on the Canary as well, so everyone knows who I am. And bastards like Morgan McSweeney are out to destroy this publication, or try to destroy it, but enough of us that is still going, obviously. If you can donate, please do, or at least join it so you can comment, give suggestions to them to cover more stuff. It's what I do. Oh God, I'll need to go back and put a comment under that story.
Who depended on it, not just readers, but those who worked there, because it supported Jeremy Corbyn. It's absolutely pathetic and it's disgusting. I couldn't imagine, right, the Conservative Party and having some Conservative MP say, we're going to try and destroy Conservative Home, or even an even smaller right-wing publication. Imagine there was a group of Conservative activists, there's like 10 people, and they started up a website, really low budget, they're only just getting by, and all right, it's a bit critical of some Conservative politicians, but it also, I don't know, supported Boris Johnson, supported Suella Braverman, all these figures, right? Could you imagine a faction within the Conservative Party said, we need to not just destroy Boris Johnson and these figures, we also need to destroy anything that's connected to him, or anything that supports him. We're going to destroy this publication that still wants to see a Conservative government, right? I couldn't imagine that. And I don't think that happens because at the end of the day, the Conservatives love power. They may absolutely tear themselves to pieces. There may be factionalism within the party, but come an election, they will back whoever is the leader and they will try their best to win. It just shows that the Labour Party are way, way more corrupt than the Conservative Party. Don't get me wrong, the Tories are corrupt, but Labour are far, far worse, which is something that Liberals do not like, right? Liberals love talking about corruption when it's the Conservative Party and ignore it when it's the Labour Party. And the idea that I will be saying that Labour are more corrupt than the Tories, they would have a brain aneurysm. They'd be like, that's insane. The Conservative Party, they're the bad party. I'm sorry to say they're both bad parties, but the Labour Party are worse. Yes, you heard that. There are better people in the Labour Party than the Conservatives. On policy, more often than not, they are generally better, apart from Keir Starmer, his policies are exactly the same. But the people inside it, the culture inside it, far worse than the Tories. There were many reasons why the publication isn't as popular as it is anymore. A lot of it is algorithms changing, especially algorithms favoring legacy media, not independent media. That's one thing. There was a huge campaign to try and destabilize and destroy the Canary financially, which was, I think it was either headed or she was largely involved, and that was Rachel Riley, a bunch of other people who tried to get ads pulled from the Canary because apparently the Canary was anti-Semitic and they were pushing misinformation. Well, I've got a fact for you. The Canary is regulated by Impress, so they don't lie. They don't put out misinformation. It's more trusted than many mainstream outlets. It has a higher ranking than some of our mainstream outlets, and they have very little retractions or having to apologize for anything they've done wrong. But Rachel Riley, who was a Zionist, who is right-wing, didn't like the fact that the Canary is staunchly anti-Zionist and is pro-Palestine. That's it. And it supported Jeremy Corbyn. They're the two main things why there were forces with money behind it who wanted to destroy the Canary. And as we saw in this article, Morgan McSweeney was worried about the Canary. He thought it was going to destroy right-wing politics in the Labour Party. So he thought, we need to get on the front foot and destroy them. So clearly there was big money interests to get rid of the Canary. And it worked because so many ads were pulled because they were tarred with the same anti-Semitic brush. But guess what? Subsequent to this adpocalypse, there was an investigation conducted by Impress to see whether the Canary was actually anti-Semitic. And do you know what it found? That it wasn't. It found that actually it was just anti-Israel. It attacked the institutions and it attacked apartheid Israel. It attacked a state, but it did not attack Jewish people. It found that. So Rachel Riley lied. Many other people lied. And guess what? Many people lost their jobs at the Canary, and the Canary is no longer as big as it used to be. So they were successful. And it's so pathetic, all because they hated Jeremy Corbyn. Now, this article is going to further explain what I just said to you then. One source said that the aim was to shame people out of being part of Facebook groups with unacceptable content, but argued that it wasn't really working. So next, they took aim at news websites they considered to be alt-left or alt-right. Again, calling the Canary alt-left is insane, including, perhaps not surprisingly, the Canary, as part of a stop funding fake news campaign. They took screenshots of articles they felt, by the way, no evidence, but they felt had either racist or fake content, then posted images on Twitter aimed at brands they were advertising on the website's pages. Unquestionably, the readership of the Canary took a hit. In an editorial, the website noted that people who don't like our politics have encouraged our advertisers to blacklist us. That's come at a cost. Its contributors' coverage, it argued, had been targeted at Israel and not Jewish people, true, and said it had been smeared with accusations of anti-Semitism, true. However, the result would be a much leaner Canary newsroom with a dedicated team of 7 staff members rather than a network of freelance writers. So they were successful, and the Canary was completely hollowed out. Still exists today, but it's not what it was back then.
Patreon.com, Turn Left Media. Support independent media. Support social justice that's there on social media. Thank you, Turn Left.
Thank you, Curtis. Oh, what did I go? Did I go it twice? Okay. Ah. Here we go. A Labour Council this time. You can indeed join virtually. Or if you've got caring duties, you obviously no compulsion. You don't need to attend. Obviously, I would love to have met you. It'd be brilliant. But I'll be posting all the stuff I'll be doing that when I'm there on the Discord, obviously with people's permissions. Plus, look, I'm sad. Got laugh mic set up now. So there we go. Give me a second. Does it come here? So that'll be getting plugged into the phone that is currently sitting next to me and asking for people to talk to me. And with their permission, I will post it all into the Discord. And I'll bring it up. I'm not entirely sure if I can take the laptop I will figure things out, don't you worry. But yeah, I would have loved for you to come, but don't, if you can't and you've got caring duties, obviously you can join virtually, which will be good, and you can be there virtually, and I can say hi. I might do like a live stream from the conference with just me going around the conference and stuff on my phone, so go live through my phone instead of the laptop, which would be fun because I haven't done that yet. So, oh, it's charged. Sweet. So watch out for that. I will be advertising it, obviously. Give me a second, everyone. Wait a minute. Go there. Let go. Screw you back on. I wonder what council this is. Let's find out, shall we? Oh, no problem. Yeah, it starts on Friday, the 17th of October at 1:30 in the John McIntyre Conference Centre, which is near the Commonwealth Pool in Edinburgh. So I'll be, because the M8 is getting fixed, I'll be getting a bus from Buchanan through to St Andrews Square. It's going to take 1 hour and 23 minutes because of diversions and other bollocks, because the M8 sucks. So I'll be getting a bus at 11 AM and arriving at like the back of 12, giving me an hour to get from basically Edinburgh City Centre out to the conference centre. Damn it, who told me? Some lovely Edinburgh-based comrade in Kev's chat, or Alira's chat, gave me the 3 buses I can get. So the 3, the 30, or the 33, all from Leith Street. I remember the old one. Dear God, that place was dodgy. Showing my age there. Because we used to come down on the bus to visit Granny and Grandad, who are classmates, and they're no longer with us, they're both dead. I miss my Granny. She was awesome. Grandad was the cook. He gave me lots of recipes. But they're no longer with us. So we used to come into the old Buchanan bus station. Dear God. It used to give me the heebie-jeebies as a child. I'm glad it's been fixed, but don't get me wrong, it's still a bus station after all. Well, this was today as well. Well, yesterday now. Labour Council gaslighting locals on toxic asbestos danger as housing developers cut corners. By the way, they're not allowed to use asbestos anymore. An industrial sort of mini park next to where my gran and granddad lived was full of asbestos. So they had their drying area and their little garden connected to their tenement. And there was a huge fence, chain link fence. And on the other side of that was, I don't know what kind of factory it was, but it was basically filled with asbestos. They had to move out of their flat for a bit while this place got not imploded, just got kind of, well, demolished properly because of the asbestos. Yeah. What the fuck? Let's see what council this is. Kirklees. Right, in West Yorkshire. Labour-led Kirklees Council in West Yorkshire is facing community action on a number of fronts for its anti-democratic behaviour. But perhaps most shockingly, it has been allowing private housing developers to cause a public health crisis by cutting corners on the site of a former asbestos factory. Then on top of that, it's been gaslighting the people suffering, with local resident Tracy Whiteman calling its behaviour dismissive, disingenuous and duplicitous. Basically, shut up trolls. Saying don't, they're this is fine, don't worry, blah, 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 or basically lying. That's what basically is. Shut up, trolls, you do not concern yourselves, that it is all fine. Bastards. Labour letting developers cut corners at the cost of public health. Asbestosis is very dangerous, and people have been denied compensation because it had to be the person who suffers from it that claims for it from the government for the use of asbestos throughout the years. And they just let people die because of it, because the actual patient has to claim. It's kind of difficult when you're struggling to fucking breathe. Oh, yeah, I'll post it in the Discord, John. Is Kirklees up for... Oh, do you know, Mr. The Reason? As the Canary previously reported, apparent council negligence. Oh, thank you, Sozzled. Much appreciated. Good night. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care, and caring for other people, absolutely amazing. Take your meds if you take any. Stay based, and I'll catch you later. Bye, Sozzled. As the Canary previously reported, apparent council negligence, delightful, and stubborn resistance have left residents in the former industrial town of Cleckheaton dealing with asbestos, arsenic, lead, and cyanide contamination. What the fuck? These three, all deeply dangerous. Cyanide can fucking kill you. I will not, hopefully I will not be nuked from orbit for that one, because cyanide is what they use in the fucking gas chamber. That has already resulted in negative health impacts. Lead poisoning is banned. Arsenic can kill you as well, by the way. Yeah, Cleckheaton. There we go. As the Canary previously reported, apparent council negligence and stubborn resistance have left residents in the former industrial town of Cleckheaton dealing with asbestos, arsenic, lead, and cyanide contamination. What the fuck? That has already resulted in negative health impacts. I can bring up a video and show you what these things actually do to the human body. Local people simply want the council and developers to stop the work until proper safety measures are in place, because those four things are fucking dangerous. Whiteman has been helping to raise awareness of the crisis, and she spoke to the Canary, referring to cases like Grenfell. She insisted, "We can't keep having situations like this where we are allowing corners to be cut." Good point. Well said, Ms. Whiteman. She added, "It's really difficult for an area that's not particularly affluent, well, former industrial town, get that away, to stop the damage from happening. It's really, really easy in today's society to sue them once they've hurt you. Don't do the hurt in the first place. Put in proper safety measures. It would be easier for us to just be quiet, say nothing, and end up with health implications or whatever else." I think I know what she's alluding to there. And for them to just claim off their insurance. You know, like, here's a couple of 100,000 or whatever, just go away. Capitalism, gotta love it. Why is it so hard to stop them from causing the damage in the first place? Good point. When you know fine well what they are causing, that they are causing you damage. She stressed, "Money doesn't mean zilch if you're sick or you're dead. Pretty difficult to spend money if you're dead." Just saying. The council's complicit, she asserted, and she suspects there was a cover-up too. Wouldn't surprise me. Cleckheaton Against Harmful Development will hold a public meeting on 14th of September to increase awareness of the issue, so 10 days ago now. You can see more about how to support the campaign here. There we go. Delightful, Kirklees Council, doing a stellar job of protecting your council residents and people who vote for you. Just saying. I'll get to them in another stream. Let's find that one from Kane Skittles, because I'm sure that gets mentioned. Oh, there we go. This video was amazing. Is it here? Oh, Citizen Sleeper. Wait. That's not it. Let's just go back up to the channel. King Skittles. Is it on the border of Bradford? What the fuck? Oh, I'll get back to that in a minute. Where is it? Where is it? There's it. Talking like I'll put it in. Let's see. I'll just put it in general. Press blink. You got it? I've put it in general if you want to go on it from there, John. So there's like for anyone wanting to read about that if you're in that area, if your council is Kirklees Council, or if you're in Cleckheaton. Videos, where be it? This is to show you how corrupt fucking Labour right are. Where be it? Not you, not you, not you. Where be it? That's not it. Oh, I forget how far down it is actually. Yeah, no. Oh, check out this video. This one's really quite good. I still haven't seen Judas and the Black Messiah. I really should get the So Not Your Council. Where is it? Oh dear God. I have played A Machine for Pigs. Amnesia really are quite good at scaring the bejesus out of me. That game's not for everyone, by the way. Kind of spooky game to play around Halloween if you wish. It's in about a month's time. Where's it? Oh, there we go.
Hey, it's Kay, and this is Skittles, legal
People complain about my council, but Kirklees always manages to be worse. As a part of the same committee, is it a unitary authority? I don't know how your councils operate. I know how Causal operates and how our councils operate up here. They're all roughly the same, essentially. There's 32 of them. This is Glasgow City Council I live under, and up the road it was Perth and Kinross Council, from where I'm from. Perth and Kinross are mostly decent. Glasgow City Council, bit of a mixed bag. Mostly decent. SNP are in charge, by the way.
consultant. Of the many accusations levied towards Jeremy Corbyn and the left wing of the Labour Party over the past few years, perhaps none have been as significant and long-running as accusations of anti-Semitism, of fostering an environment that breeds anti-Semitism, and of refusing to punish people within the party who
Oh, if you see me doing this every now and again, you know those adhesive heat packs that you put on? They say they last up to 12 hours. Usually only last between 6 and 8. Mostly they say for a minimum of 10, but depends the mix that's actually in the pad, obviously. But it is working wonders on my lower back, because my lower back be fucked. West Yorkshire Combined Authority. Thank you, John. It's made up of. Right. Thank you, John. Educating me about how the council work down there, especially in the Yorkshire area. Thank you kindly. Being educated about this kind of stuff is going to be good, especially for the local elections. Going to be fun. I will be covering the Holyrood, obviously, me being Scottish, and being a Scottish Green Party member and eco-socialist. I showed a video last night of how to make a tablet until she ruined it and put cinnamon in it. Naughty. Cinnamon is the work of the devil. And a thought came to me during it. I can bribe people when I'm out canvassing with tablets. Bit of tablet, vote cream. Obviously, I would just offer it. Would you like a piece of tablet? It is delicious, and it doesn't have cinnamon in it.
engage in anti-Semitism. If you've followed British politics at all during this period, you've probably seen countless headlines, interview questions, and even a BBC panorama, all leading to the same conclusion. Labour is systemically anti-Semitic, and Corbyn's side of the party is to blame. In April of this year, a report was leaked, despite the specific requests of party lawyers to keep it quiet. This report was carried out to investigate Labour's handling or lack thereof of anti-Semitism complaints within the party, to be submitted as part of an investigation by the Equality and Human Rights Commission, and what it turned up is deeply disturbing, as well as very inconvenient for Starmer and the rest of the Labour right. There's two main points about this report that we're going to explore today. The nature of the anti-Semitism situation within the Labour Party and the factionalism at play during the past few years. First, the anti-Semitism. So the media narrative over the past few years went like this. Labour is systemically anti-Semitic, and it is because Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite who is not taking anti-Semitism seriously and is intentionally going easy on people who complaints have been made against. Before even diving into this report, however, we should consider the suggestion that Labour is particularly anti-Semitic. This report does not claim, and I would never suggest, that no anti-Semitism exists within the Labour Party, as it exists, unfortunately, throughout British society. But for years, stories of this great anti-Jewish conspiracy within the party dominated political discourse, but has been accompanied by precious little evidence. In fact, YouGov polling, featured in a Campaign Against Anti-Semitism report, shows that when presented with 8 anti-Semitic statements, more Conservative Party members agreed with one or more of these statements than Labour members. And indeed, the general public was more likely to agree with one or more anti-Semitic statement than Labour, and less than the Conservatives. This indicates that Labour membership is less anti-Semitic than the general population, and that Conservative membership is more anti-Semitic than the general population. And that's not even getting into other forms of racism, which surely would not go well for the Tories, since 56% of their membership in a 2019 poll said they believe Islam is a threat to British life, and 68% believe the lie that there are areas in Britain that operate under Sharia law.
These people are mental.
So, in the search for evidence of anti-Semitism in the Labour Party to a greater extent than other political parties or the country as a whole, we only really turn up evidence of the very opposite. Already, this is raising questions about why Corbyn had to spend years constantly answering for the supposed rampant anti-Semitism of his party, while Boris Johnson scarcely has to do the same for the greater levels of anti-Semitism and the wide variety of other bigotries his party holds, and that he himself has contributed to on numerous occasions. However, when polled about which party has done too little to deal with anti-Semitism in its own ranks, British Jews overwhelmingly said the Labour Party. It would be easy to say this perception is due to the aforementioned endless questioning of Labour leadership about why they're big, awful anti-Semites and they love anti-Semitism so much. And I mean, it definitely is largely due to that, let's not kid ourselves. Though I'm sure that Jewish voters being more likely to vote Conservative probably helped it go down easier. But for the sake of argument, there may be a legitimate worry that even if Labour has less anti-Semitism than other parties, that they are handling it so ineffectively that it becomes a greater threat. This worry is reinforced by the fact that the Equality and Human Rights Commission is investigating the Labour Party. Not the Conservative Party, not UKIP or the Brexit Party, only Labour. And only during the tenure of a left-wing leader, despite, again, far more evidence of systemic racism in those other parties. Curious. So, to speak to how Labour handled anti-Semitism complaints, let's look to the report. The report notes that there is abundant evidence of a hyper-factional atmosphere prevailing in Party HQ in this period, which appears to have affected the expeditious and resolute handling of disciplinary complaints, and that many staff, including GLU staff and senior staff with responsibility for managing and overseeing GLU, were bitterly opposed to the leadership of Jeremy Corbyn, and seem to have been demotivated, or largely interested in work that could advance a factional agenda. At its extreme, some employees seem to have taken the view that the worse things got for Labour, the happier they would be, since this might expedite Jeremy Corbyn's departure from office. The report shows Sam Matthews, who was in charge of handling the complaints procedure, was actively obstructive to the process. He worked under Ian McNicol, the General Secretary of the Labour Party until 2018, seen in multiple leaked chat logs actively dismaying at the idea of Corbyn becoming leader and at Corbyn gaining seats in the 2017 general election. Let's talk about Sam Matthews for a minute. Prior to this report being released, Matthews spent a lot of time in the media spotlight insisting that anti-Semitism is not only endemic in the Labour Party, again, despite all evidence to the contrary, but also insisting that it is not only Corbyn's fault, but that he and his cabinet are actively lying about it and obstructing him. Matthews was a whistleblower that took part in a hotly contested BBC Panorama episode about anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, and said it included important disclosures about how deep the rot inside the Labour Party goes. Speaking to The Independent last year, Matthews said he had witnessed firsthand the complete failure of the party processes to adequately deal with anti-Jewish racism. He continued, "By the end of my time there, I witnessed daily interference in the process, meaning that my team and I, who were responsible for discipline in the party, were simply unable to do our jobs." Matthews was removed from the position shortly after Jenny Formby took Ian McNichol's job in 2018. Now, 2018 is an important year in this investigation because it's the year that many of the old guard sympathetic to the Blair era were removed from key positions such as General Secretary. And it's also the year, the report notes, that the handling of anti-Semitism complaints became far more robust and effective. To understand why that is, we need to look to what the report tells us about the performance of Matthews and McNichol. The report notes, "This investigation has revealed to the party that in this period before Jenny Formby became General Secretary in spring 2018, GLU failed to act on the vast majority of complaints received, including the vast majority of complaints regarding anti-Semitic conduct." But let's take a closer look at exactly what they were up to, because simply put, Matthews wasn't doing his job. And when he did, it was often in a malicious and actively obstructive manner. The inbox used for receipt of complaints would go months without any staff member tending to it, and in dozens of cases, staff even emailed Head of Dispute Sam Matthews proposing that an investigation be launched, but he failed to act or respond. Matthews appeared to have been the main blockage to action on anti-Semitic cases. And the few cases that were acted upon were mostly the result of other senior Labour staff directly chasing him. From the 1st of November 2016 to the 19th of February 2018, there were just 2 cases reported in this period where Head of Dispute Sam Matthews acted in accordance with the designed processes and authorized action, which was then taken without having a personal relationship with the complainant or being chased by senior Labour staff. This amounted to fewer than 1% of the anti-Semitism cases submitted in this period that should have been investigated and acted upon. The report is full of instances of Matthews and McNichol being lenient toward right-wing Labour members with complaints against them and being extra punitive against left-wing Labour members in too many shockingly unprofessional instances to go into in this video. The report also notes that after Matthews and McNichol were replaced by individuals less openly hostile to Corbyn, systems were finally put in place and properly followed to handle complaints. The headline that isn't being reported on is, rather than failing to properly handle anti-Semitism complaints, Corbyn and his side of the party are the main reason the party ever began to handle them properly at all. The report notes that the complaint system prior to 2015, the year Corbyn became leader, was woefully inadequate. Lord knows what was going on under Blair. It says GLU's disciplinary processes in 2015 to 2016 were characterized by an almost complete lack of systems, processes, guidances, and training for staff members. There was no system for logging all complaints. And before 2015, GLU appears to have only done small amounts of work relating to disciplinary cases. Staff appear to have been accustomed to being subject to little or no scrutiny or oversight from within Labour HQ or externally, and the processes that did exist were equipped to, at best, deal with a small number of cases very slowly and in an ad hoc manner. This approach allowed for decisions to be
This is who's in charge now, by the way, everyone. Now that they've excised Corbyn and all us leftists. This went back to how Sam Matthews was basically handling everything. Chief Architect, can you take a guess?
influenced by personal responsibilities and political allegiances. For example, after complaints about Rod Liddle over transphobic and Islamophobic comments, GLU proposed suspending him and wrote to the leader of the opposition to let them know, as Rod Liddle is a journalist. Leader of the opposition agreed with the proposed suspension. However, GLU's director then informed the executive director of governance, membership and party services that apparently Rod Liddle is chummy with Ian Austin and by extension Tom Watson, and suggested they sit on it for now, rather than suspend immediately. The executive director replied, "Okay, I will speak to Ian," presumably a reference to consulting Ian Austin on a disciplinary case against his friend. So what we've seen is that Matthews actively ignored, obstructed, and mishandled anti-Semitism complaints despite being repeatedly chased by others within the party, including Corbyn himself, and then went to the media to complain that anti-Semitism complaints weren't being taken care of within the party. This right-wing saboteur created a problem and then used it to smear the Labour left as anti-Semites, when indeed anti-Semitism complaints only began to be handled appropriately under Corbyn's leadership. Years of Blairite control had resulted in a complaint system that allowed for people to let their friends off the hook when convenient. But Matthews and McNichol were not the only ones purposely obstructing the handling of anti-Semitism complaints to hurt Corbyn's leadership. Other bad actors intentionally flooded the party with disingenuous complaints. In fact, the report notes that half of all anti-Semitism complaints the party received during the period covered in the investigation came from one person. Literally a social media troll who spammed the party with spurious complaints described as poorly evidenced and submitted in a format that hinders investigation. This individual repeatedly emails about the same cases, cluttering the complaints inbox and taking staff time, as staff always have to check whether a case already exists or not, and whether or not all the evidence the complainant is providing has already been logged. A large proportion of the people this individual complains about are either not party members or are already in the disciplinary process, something the complainant has been told repeatedly. The complainant is often rude and abusive in their replies to staff responding to his complaints. The party is also aware that the complainant uses similar language towards people, including Labour members, on social media. And this person isn't alone. One spokesperson from Labour Against Anti-Semitism, a right-wing Zionist group who has dedicated recent years to opposing the Labour left, submitted the following anti-Semitism complaints. Retweeting the word Blairite. Retweeting a cartoon of Theresa May, Philip Hammond, and Boris Johnson in which the latter two are children, based on a viral incident where the children of an expert being interviewed by the BBC wandered into shot during the interview. They maintained this was very crass. Retweeting Michael Moore saying arrest Trump regarding Russiagate, calling for the arrest and the impeachment of Trump, writing what planet is this president on in reference to Trump, and retweeting an article on Bernie Sanders calling on Donald Trump to fire Steve Bannon. Hang on, I think I must have read that wrong. Let me try that again. Submitted as a complaint about anti-Semitism is somebody retweeting an article on Bernie Sanders calling on Donald Trump to fire known white supremacist and anti-Semite Steve Bannon. Yeah, okay, sure, why not? So we see that not only was the handling of genuine anti-Semitism complaints intentionally hindered by people on the right wing of the party purposely ignoring them, but the number of complaints was also artificially inflated by bad faith actors hostile to the left purposely flooding the complaints department with garbage. But MPs
Delightful.
were involved in this too, don't you worry. WhatsApp discussions among senior Labour HQ staff show that Leader of the Opposition was unhappy with the NCC panel's decision to suspend Ken Livingstone for another year rather than expel him. Emily Oldknow wrote that Kerry has been telling Shadow Cabinet members that I've orchestrated the Ken situation, so Tom got his people on the panel to make a soft decision, all in order to embarrass Jeremy Corbyn and create a crisis. That's Emily Oldknow, senior member of Labour's management team, actively
This individual, Jonathan Ashworth's wife. Hi, Emily. These people. Fucking hell.
sabotaging the expulsion of an individual subject to a high-profile anti-Semitism investigation explicitly to make Jeremy Corbyn look bad with the assistance of MP Tom Watson. Oldknow was being considered to take Formby's place as General Secretary under the leadership of Keir Starmer when this report leaked. Thing is, Starmer likely knew all of this before this report was even written, because there was a concerted effort to force a leadership election in 2016 to oust Corbyn, in which many of these same right-wing bad actors participated, and Keir Starmer was one of them. Keir Starmer is part of the Blairite right of the Labour Party who, all throughout this report, can be found not only intentionally ignoring complaints of anti-Semitism to feed the narrative that the left somehow makes anti-Semitism happen, but actively trying to lose general elections. We'll get to that in a moment. First, what have we learned about anti-Semitism in the Labour Party? Is Labour particularly anti-Semitic? Evidence tends to point to the exact opposite conclusion, that Labour is one of our least anti-Semitic political institutions and indeed is less anti-Semitic than the general public. The Lib Dems were the only party that displayed less anti-Semitism, so all 10 of them, well, they've got that going for them. Is there anti-Semitism in the Labour Party? Yes, of course. You'd be out of your mind to deny that. Because there is anti-Semitism throughout British society. This...
There we go. Where am I? There I'm there. Would you look at that? 71% of women not anti-Semitic. Fucking hell. 58% of men aren't anti-Semitic. And yeah, aren't anti-Semitic. That's quite. Who's the worst? Oh, look, the boomers. Oh, leave! Leave voters. Brilliant.
is a pretty racist country, unfortunately. But the constant media attention, the Equality and Human Rights Commission investigation into anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, something only carried out once before with the neo-Nazi BNP, that is not how you react to a party with a below-average presence of anti-Semitism. That is how you react to a party, well, like the Conservative Party. So the narrative around Labour and its supposedly exceptional anti-Semitism problem is categorically false. But they know that. The Tories know that. The media knows that. The Blairites know that. But when you look at everything we know about this mess, When you look at the way far more anti-Semitic institutions have been ignored to focus in on the left wing of British electoral politics, when you look at how, throughout this report, active Holocaust deniers are given a slap on the wrist by the Blairite-led complaints team, when you look at how Keir Starmer is being heralded as an end to this dark era of anti-Semitism and hate, despite collaborating with the people who actively ignored anti-Semitism complaints, despite putting Rachel Reeves on his cabinet, who openly praised Nancy Astor, a literal Nazi-sympathizing anti-Semite, just months ago. And none of the papers seem to think there's anything fishy about that, while the left is under scrutiny to the degree that even criticizing the state of Israel is supposedly adequate evidence to brand someone a massive anti-Semite. Well, it's hard not to come to the conclusion that this was never about anti-Semitism. This was about attacking the left. And while we're likely to see these issues of anti-Semitism fade from public discourse as the right wing of the Labour Party reasserts control and Starmer eagerly declares himself a Zionist, while silencing Palestinian voices, something else has been achieved over these past few years that may be even more damaging. Anti-Semitism has been cleaved off from all other forms of racism as a unique entity in mainstream political discourse that can now be used as a weapon. And that weapon is almost exclusively wielded by the right, by people who are part of political institutions that buddy up to real anti-Semites like Viktor Orban.
Again, these are the people in charge. Truly sickening. Yes, look, Theresa May and Viktor Orban.
Letting people who rub shoulders with Holocaust deniers and fascists control the narrative about anti-Semitism with a media apparatus that will parrot that narrative and use it to attack actual anti-racists. This complete inversion of reality in our political discourse will only benefit the powerful and will only put Jewish people at greater risk. Nobody benefits from this shit except actual anti-Semites. Back to Keir and his Blairite buddies. The active stoking of this fabricated anti-Semitism crisis in the party was part of an orchestrated effort to hurt Corbyn's electoral performance and force him to step down so that the right wing of the party could regain control. This report details their efforts to sabotage their own party in the 2017 election. Notably, a lot of the damage they caused only fully came home to roost by 2019. This massive 850-page report details so many acts of hostility and active sabotage against the left wing of the party that I simply cannot go through them all here. So I'm going to list a few of the most egregious ones and attempt to paint a picture of how openly destructive the Labour right has been over the past few years. This report details frequent bullying of left-wing activists, staff, and MPs, with chat logs showing numerous racist, sexist, and ableist tirades, as well as Labour staff dismaying at their own party polling.
Francis Grove-White, Labour International Policy Officer, and Joel Greening, International Affairs Advisor, discussed how a YouGov poll showing Labour gaining support made them feel sick, expressed hope it was a peak and there would now be a clear polling decline. Christ.
Well, and saying it makes them feel ill, and insulting people for opposing British imperialism, joking about assaulting left-wing Labour supporters, as well as talking about literally murdering Jeremy Corbyn by burning and hanging him, as well as shooting the MPs who nominated him for leader. Followed by even more dismay when Labour forced a hung parliament in 2017, with Ian McNicol offering a safe space in his office for people to come and vent. McNichol's response to Labour getting the highest share of the popular vote in 20 years and taking the majority away from the Tories was simply, "It is going to be a long night." In August 2015, senior staff explored delaying or cancelling the ongoing leadership election when it looked like Jeremy Corbyn was going to win. When Corbyn was elected, staff discussed plans for a coup. One staffer said, "We need a poll that says we're like 20 points behind." Another suggested a silver lining for Remain losing the 2016 European referendum would be that Corbyn could be held responsible. And another hoped that poor performance in the May 2016 local elections would be the catalyst for a coup. This is the coup, of course, that the now leader Keir Starmer participated in. Staff described working to rule when Corbyn was elected and coming into the office and doing nothing for a few months. During the 2017 election, staff joked about hardly working and created a chat so they could pretend to work while actually speaking to each other. Senior staff coordinated refusing to share basic information to Leader of the Opposition during the election, such as candidates' contact details. Labour HQ operated a
Rejoice, comrades, resident philosopher. Hi, Freddie. How goes it? We're covering the Labour right and how they're bastards. Cane skittles. Senior staff coordinated refusing to share basic information with Lotto during the election, such as candidates' contact details, so as people running to become MP. Labour HQ operated a secret key seats team based in London's Labour's London region office, Ergon House, from where a parallel general election campaign was run to support MPs associated with the right wing of the party.
secret key seats team based in Labour's London region office in Ergon House, from where a parallel general election campaign was run to support MPs associated with the right wing of the party. Staff applied the same factional approach to disciplinary processes, of course. One staff member referred to Emily Oldknow expecting staff to fabricate a case against people she doesn't like / her friends don't like because of their political views. During the 2015 leadership election, GLU and other Labour staff described their work as hunting out thousands of trots and a trot hunt, which included excluding people for having liked the Greens on Facebook.
That's good, Scrubby. Nice one. I'm glad it went well. Seriously, these people are bastards. They shouldn't be calling themselves the Labour Party because they're definitely not representing Labour anymore. Definitely not.
One prominent GLU staffer, head of disputes Catherine Buckingham, admitted that real work is piling up, while she and other staff were engaged in inappropriate factional work. Perhaps most egregious and potentially criminal of all, these right-wing saboteurs within the Labour Party actively diverted funds out of marginal seats and gave it to their co-conspirators like Tom Watson. This is especially noteworthy because Labour lost the 2017 election by such a slim margin that just over 2,000 votes in a handful of marginal seats.
It was basically the anti-Semitism coup that they done to get rid of Corbyn and how they were doing factional work during the 2017 election, and basically they're in charge now. So this video is from Kane Skills. It really is quite good. Go and watch it if you can, if you've got time to do it. So this is basically how they got rid of Corbyn and took over the Labour right. The Blairites basically took in charge. And look at that, 2,227 votes. That is piss all. And we could have had Corbyn as Prime Minister. Don't get me wrong, he's not a communist like myself, but he would have been better than this thing that we've got now. So yeah, detailing how Sam Matthews in that that downright disgusting Panorama documentary. For more on that, check out the Labour Files, Al Jazeera. I've shown it on stream before. It really is quite good, and it details how the right basically got rid of the left wing, literally saying, "There is the door, you can use it." And yes, Keir, we have used it, and now yous are all panicking and not knowing what to do. Funny that, the right always being necessary. You wanted the party, you wanted to take control. Have fun. I hope you get fucking wrecked at the local elections. And Anna, if you can hear me, we are coming after you. I do not like Anna Sarah, as you can tell.
Would have been the difference between victory. Marginal seats that were having their campaign funds robbed by Blairites trying to secure power for their friends.
I've got that niggling at the back of my mind, at the back of my head, Scribby. I think the people that have surrounded Jeremy are not good people, really. I feel for Zara, she really should be the head of this. Well, the titular head, obviously, member-led party. Obviously, that's what she wants. That something just something doesn't smell right. Let's put it that way. If they can get this fixed and make it a member-led movement, a member-led party, which Labour used to be, and I keep on saying, union, please disaffiliate. These people do not give a fuck about yous and the workers. So I'm hoping that some major unions might actually disaffiliate from Labour. It's like screaming into the void, really. I suspect that story, girl. I really do. Which is, well, obviously he's been an MP since 1983. I'm not allowed to mention that to my sister. That's the year she was born. So that's when he got voted into Islington North. So he's been there for 42 years in Westminster. And obviously before that, he was a trade unionist essentially. So he's been doing this for quite a while. It is a Sisyphean task, unfortunately.
While undermining the party in the election. I don't think that it is at all unreasonable to say that the active hostility and obstruction intentionally not working and siphoning money out of marginal seats likely made the difference between Labour winning and losing the 2017 election. We are condemned now to years of a continuing homelessness crisis, disabled people dying.
I believe we've got that in Zara. She's young enough. She's only 31, 32 maybe. She's in her early 30s. She has the possibility of having a long political career and being a really loud voice and a coherent voice for the disenfranchised working class people essentially. So with her in charge, with her at the top of this member-led movement, I think she could be really good for the country. Obviously, I still want Scottish independence and obviously a Scottish Republic because Republican. So, yes, the special rapporteur basically dehumanise people like me. The Tories are bastards, and I'm glad they're literally and politically dead. I don't see them coming back from this, really. That's why we have to watch out for Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics.
in droves due to benefit sanctions to a degree that the UN has condemned the British government for it because, as has always been the case, Blairites will always side with the other Tories who are honest enough to stay in the Tory party over the left and the interests of the working class. And now their large wet boy Keir Starmer is in charge. He's filling his cabinet with some of the worst people on the Labour right who have spent the last 5 years attacking Corbyn and the left at every turn. He tried to keep this report from the public and has now enlisted a panel of Labour peers, those are literal lords and ladies for those who don't know, to carry out a witch hunt for the whistleblower while attempting to do damage control because his side of the party is so thoroughly implicated by this report. And he has the audacity to call for unity. Let me be 100% clear. Do not vote for Keir Starmer. While
Oh,
here, do
I will leave that on for a few seconds. This is very good advice. Do not vote for this bastard. Chris and Sinhole, or is it I can't remember what way around it is. Please vote this bastard out if you can at the next general election. Mind you, in saying that, I don't think he's going to last as Labour leader and Prime Minister for much longer. If they get a big enough bloody nose at the locals next year, he's already untenable in my eyes. Literally, this whole Mandelson debacle. They knew exactly what he was like, so he's completely untenable as Labour leader, let alone fucking Prime Minister. The clock is ticking, Sir Keir.
not vote for Keir Starmer. While the absolute decline of centrist politics since the end of the Blair era indicates very little chance of a Starmer victory in the next general election, his attacks on the left and appeasement of capital will give him a much easier ride in the media, so there might be a slim chance. And would he be better than Boris Johnson? Probably yes. Tony Blair was better than the Tories in some ways too. But what you need to understand, and this can be difficult to fully appreciate if you didn't live through this period in British history, is that Blair did more damage to the working class and the wider political project of socialism than any Tory could have ever hoped, save for maybe Thatcher. Thatcher, by the way, was a friend of Tony Blair's and hailed New Labour as one of her greatest achievements, and she was right. When the Conservatives, widely understood to be the enemies of the working class, drag us into horrific imperialist wars, privatize our public services and smash our unions, that gives us something to rally against. But when it comes from what we've been led to believe is the left, when it comes from the party we've supported, we've given our time and energy to, we've stuck our necks out for, it's humiliating. It's demoralizing. Tony Blair's tenure politically devastated the working class of this country to such a degree that we are still recovering from it. And in Labour, we are still fighting factional battles against his ilk, as they sabotage us at every turn, as this report details. I'm one of the vulnerable, poor, disabled people that the Tories push into the meat grinder every single day. And I will say unequivocally that neither Cameron, nor May, nor Johnson could ever destroy our communities like Tony Blair. I've spent my entire adult life in the northwest of England, but to drive this point home, I'd like to end this video by reading a short segment written by someone who grew up here, before Blair. This is from the intro to local poet/comedian Thick Richard's book Vaudevillain, in which he describes hearing urban legends of large cats and other wild beasts loose in the town, and growing up in a relatively impoverished place called Northern Moor in South Manchester. He remembers it as a place so wild that he thought those urban myths could really be true there. He talks about the community and the political mindedness of the place he grew up, and then he talks about moving back to that place. Post-Blair. One good memory of that place was the '96 election. It was a hot day and we'd spent the afternoon drinking in the back garden, talking about how Labour would definitely win. Things can only get better, eh, Tony? In the evening, we went off to vote. A shiny-faced Tory boy stood at the door of the polling station with a huge, ridiculous blue rosette pinned to his lapel, like an elephant's arsehole. "And I trust you'll be voting Conservative today?" He simpered smugly. My dad leant towards him, their noses almost touching. "Fuck off," he bellowed. Well, things didn't get better, did they? They got worse. The angry young men got tired of fighting and became embarrassed old men, shamed by getting sold out by New Labour. The politicians hid. Never again would they be made to venture into the estates and have to debate face to face with their people. The working class capitalists borrowed so much invisible money to keep up their pretenses that many became sub-working class capitalists, indebted so far into the negatives it would become their grandchildren's inheritance. Issues became so complicated it felt like what was being discussed was none of our business, and many people started to shy away from political debate through fear of coming across as stupid. Then the confusing issues just became boring issues. The internet had evidence to back up every side of every argument, so everyone fell into the false security trap that they were all in the right. Communities stopped communicating, generation gaps grew, leaving room for bad ideas to breed, and now racism is an actual political opinion. We've never been so divided, and it all happened right under our noses. I moved back to Northern Moor in my early 30s. It's a sour, haunted place that would have Fergie waking up screaming. Its political edge grew blunt long ago. The thugs of the neighborhood used to seem like Robin Hoods. Their disobedience was righteous and justified. Their tempers were taut but focused on the right targets. Built for a fight if needs be, but perfectly capable of letting their words do the dirty work. They'd never be able to save up for a holiday, but the money could always be found to march on London, demand answers, and shake Tony Benn's hand. These days, they keep themselves to themselves and prey on one another. Quiet, invisible, forgotten, obedient. And so now we all just hope for the rumors to start spreading again of the wild beasts of the past, the animals of passionate anger who would have never let this happen, returning to prowl the streets again, keeping the territory safe from harm, watching the pack and planning attacks to keep the real wolves at bay, and other urban myths.
Thank you, Queen. Thank you, Kay. That was amazing, as always. Please do not vote Labour. They are not for your best interests. Ooh, the Labour files. I'll not show it again, but if you have the time, there's 3 of them. So there's 3 videos. That the first 2 are roughly the same length of time, so just slightly over an hour each. Then the last one's about 45 minutes, maybe 50. So 2.5, slightly over 3 hours long. If you've got the 3 hours to spare, of course. Let's see what I've got in my watch later. I've only got the one. I'll play this.
With the royal decree law that we are approving today, as I have said, we are consolidating the total arms embargo on Israel and the prohibition of products originating from Israeli settlements in occupied territories. The Spanish government continues to lead efforts at the international level, taking a step further to increase pressure on the Israeli government in defense, as I have said before, of peace, international security, and respect for human rights and international humanitarian law. The second measure is the denial of the transit request for aircraft fuels with possible military use in Israel. This is an essential input for the Israeli armed forces. They were not previously included in the foreign trade control regulations, and we are now including them in order to deny these transit requests.
I showed this video last night. So, well done, Spain. They're one of the big five. I can't quite remember who the other four are. So, for Eurovision. So, Spain, us, France, Germany, Portugal, maybe? I can't remember who the last one is, but we are the biggest contributors to Eurovision. And Spain, Germany, and France are the other big ones. I think it's us, then France, or Germany. Rejoice, comrades. Woodpet is here. Hi, Woodpet. Welcome in, Woodpet, and obviously loving the saltire. Much appreciation. I think I've got that one from Philippa Whitford. Shall we show that? Great. I'm choking on my own saliva, not good. Oh. Oh, there she's been. Move. 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 I will leave that on because it is funny. Ireland isn't one of the big big five. They're in the top 10 of funders, obviously for Eurovision. Give me a minute, I'll actually find out. Top 5 contributors for Eurovision. There we go. Italy. So there's the big five: France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and us. And we all automatically get through. But Spain will not be joining if Israel are allowed to attempt to compete essentially in Eurovision. Well done, Spain. The top 5 contributors to the Eurovision Song Contest are the Big Five: France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and the United Kingdom. These nations automatically qualify for the grand final each year, no matter how shite our song is, because the public broadcasters are the European Broadcasting Union's largest financial contributors. If you put enough money in, you're guaranteed. So there we go. That's the Big Five. So that got set up to actually fund it, basically. Content warning, this will be very Scottish, obviously. God damn it. Oh god, they are not looking good. Take it away, Philippa.
Hello and welcome to our guest, Philippa Whitford, one of our favourite guests. Often have her back in the studio.
And, thanks very much, Fiona.
Lovely to see you. And there's so much going on just now in the world of politics. We thought, let's get somebody who's been involved, so has a
Fingers crossed, baby, fingers crossed. A lot of people within the party, especially the PLP, oddly enough, people going off record and saying Labour sources and all that fucking nonsense to the media, saying that they don't think he's going to survive much longer. That'll be fun. Wes, who else could there be? Probably not Reeves. Who else have we got? Pat McFadden. Oh, did you watch this earlier? Is it good with Pet? Sorry for you to watch this again. I haven't seen it yet. I love Dr. Philippa. She's amazing.
perspective, but it's also stepped out of it. So maybe has a slightly different perspective. Perhaps that's a good place to start because you've just retired. We predicted that you would find yourself busier than ever. Has that turned out to be true?
Well, I've had a few other things going on, personal illness and family illness with my mum, so that has limited me. But yes, I'm out on the road, doing talks on Gaza, talks on the well-being economy, talks on Scotland, a European nation, a talk you've had before online.
Yeah. Yes, Philippa's amazing. I miss her in Parliament. Hang on. I'll bring this up. Get rid of that. Dr. Philippa Whitford. She is an actual doctor, by the way. Belfast. Oh, the poor woman. Her birthday's Christmas Eve. Oh. She went to Douglas Academy in Milgard before went, yeah, the main place you go to become a doctor here in Scotland is the University of Glasgow because that's where the medical school is and it's connected to the Glasgow Royal Infirmary as well. The poor woman, she works at Cross House. Christ. Doesn't say what kind of surgeon she was. Oh, breast surgeon. She must have dealt with a lot of she must have dealt with a lot of cancer patients. Just after the First Gulf War and during the First Palestinian Intifada at the age of 30, Whitford served for a year and a half as medical volunteer in the UN in the Gaza. Oh my God, I forget about that bit. She spent 2016 parliamentary recess travelling to the West Bank to operate on 4 women suffering from breast cancer and visited Gaza to advise local hospitals on how to improve healthcare. Fucking amazing. Philippa based. Fucking excellent. What were you saying? Oh, nice one. Twitch chat on actual phone with Sim and everything in it. The Sim was faster, which sometimes is a bit janky. It's got my YouTube. So I've got 2 phones basically for the stream, so I can see the chats in both. So I don't need to bring it up on my Streamlabs. It's rather good. Crosshouse is. Hang on, I'll just show you where Crosshouse is. It's just outside Kilmarnock. I've been in Crosshouse. Obviously, nothing against it, but it's kind of a no. kind of old buildings and stuff. I don't know if I was racking it or not though. Cross house could do. It might have been fixed up since last time I was in it. I was in it over 20 years ago. I broke my foot by wearing stupid block heels, and I twisted it getting off the train with my then partner. Ouch. I broke 2 bones in my left foot, one of which I'd broken earlier, a couple of years beforehand, because me clumsy and me used to wear high heels. Not stilettos, don't worry. I wasn't that daft. Because I used to go clubbing with my sister when she lived in Ayr and we went to the powerhouse. Do not go to the powerhouse. The last song they play at the night, you know, when they're closing up, Nelly the Elephant. I used to get up and dance to it. Probably quite drunk.
And so kind of a wee bit like a rerun of 2014 for me, kind of touring around and staying with activists and visiting different groups around Scotland. So kind of quite fun. And it's quite nice to be that sort of flexible where you're doing your own thing. I'm not shuttling up and down to London every Monday morning. I mean, that's great to not have to do that.
It strikes us that the Holyrood 26 election is less than a year away. And it feels like already like nothing we've ever seen, because you've got the Reform UK element, you've got potentially a Corbyn element, you've got John Swinney's plans, which maybe, you know, not going down as well as he might have liked. I don't know. What's your thoughts on it?
Well, I think I would agree with you that there's far more moving parts than we've had in the past with reform. I mean, I can't help but describe the threat.
How would I describe my dancing to Nelly the Elephant? The chaotic. Nelly the Elephant packed her trunk and said goodbye to the chunk. My sister and her girlfriend, now wife at the time, just used to stand as sort of a railing in the powerhouse, and they just used to stand there finishing off their drinks, laughing at me, saying, why do that? You know exactly what I'm like. This is my middle sister, by the way. I'm the eldest. And they just used to stand there looking at me and laughing. She knows what I'm like. My God, the powerhouse. I don't know if the powerhouse still exists. Give me a second. Probably does. Fucking hell. Type, you stupid woman. Oh, that's it. It's changed its name. That's it. Yep, near the gatey. So it's called Venue 38. Yep, Carrick Street. Many a fun night was had in the place. It's called Venue 38 now. It was called the Powerhouse in the late, back in the 90s and early 2000s. Basically showing my age. Yeah, it's near the gatey. Luckily enough, used to come out the Powerhouse she's no longer here by the don't worry, she lives in Glasgow now. Just come out the powerhouse, come along Carrick Street, go up a bit and above and off Scales. That's the flat that my sister lived in, so it wasn't far away for us. It was like a 5-minute walk or something on the same side of the street. I had so much fun there. It was mostly it was just like a DJ. It wasn't an actual band we went to see there. I lived in Glasgow at the time, so all the bands I saw were either Barrowlands, Scottish Exhibition Centre, places like that, Red Ferry, blah blah blah, King Tut's, places like that. The Garage. That's where I went to see gigs, and used to go clubbing with my sister and her partner in the Powerhouse, or I used to go to the Cat House on Union Street. God, those stairs would fucking kill me now.
Of reform. There's absolutely nothing about reform from the corrupt Nigel Farage down that I find very acceptable. I find it quite frightening. And obviously there's a lot of talk about him being the Prime Minister in 2029, which is absolutely terrifying. But equally, having reform, maybe even as the main opposition party in Scotland, they would be quite disruptive, and I think that is a significant issue. Obviously, with Corbyn's party, there's a lot we don't know about it yet, obviously including its name, including its exact approach to independence. Does it support independence? Does it allow the Scottish branch to make up its own mind, or does it support a referendum but not necessarily independence? So there's until they kind of formalize themselves, we don't know exactly whereabouts.
Remember, Philippa, Manfrog is a Thatcherite. He joined the party when she was in charge. And obviously, Manfrog and I really, really don't like him. I distrust him with every fibre of my being. And with any luck, if we get ourselves in order, lots of like Scottish Greens, Green Party of England and Wales, if we actually start organising, getting everything together, we can make sure that we kick Labour out. I don't think we need to worry too much about the Tories. Don't get me wrong, they might still be a threat. You never know. They have made comebacks in the past. But I think that was a decisive kicking last year. Deservedly so, because they are Tories, obviously. But being able to deal with this reform threat, if we get organised and speak out about what Manfrog is saying, plus he has quite a lot of press. You always see him.
If you like, in the kind of parliamentary rainbow they stand. But I think there are so many people in Scotland with buyer's regret after voting Labour last year, and Labour's first year has been, I would say, a fairly unmitigated disaster.
Yeah,
there will be people on the left of Labour, and Scotland is much more naturally on the left, who will be attracted to Corbyn's party if they get.
We are, Scotland, especially Glasgow, we are more left. So there is a good few communists, don't get me wrong, there are communists here in Scotland, obviously. I exist. So there's always going to be this communist, this Marxist here. Essentially, but we're more left-leaning here in Scotland for obvious reasons. We've a lot more industry, a lot more union participation, things of that nature. So we do naturally lean more left as a society, which is a good thing. I like it. Obviously, Philip's on the left. So them, obviously, and now that I know that she works in Gaza and helped in the West Bank, fucking awesome. Philippa, you legend.
Themselves organised for standing next year. So I think it's a much more unpredictable election, and that may impact on how some of the parties fight their campaigns. Whereas often it was vote SNP for a referendum, vote Tory to not have a referendum. You know, I mean, the Tory leaflets round my way in Ayrshire were actually the same in 15, 16, 17,
same
19.
here.
I mean, it was
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
just having the same vote Tory to say no to a second referendum. Oddly enough, they didn't win, and yet that didn't seem to count as, well, actually a minority of people wanted to vote no for a referendum. So I think it's definitely a more
Victory. God, I hate him. That's Douglas Ross, by the way. You can call it. He's Ross. He is Ross. Mhm. Aberdeen, why do you keep inflicting these bastards on us? Well, who is it now? Who do it? Andrew Barry.
predictable election than we've seen in the past. But it's a very critical election, I would say, for Scotland, particularly with the threat of reform and Nigel Farage in Downing Street, possibly in just 4 years' time.
That is just a horrifying prospect, isn't it? I mean, people who are swithering about independence, that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, you know.
Yes, although we thought that for Brexit, didn't we? And then we thought that for
Well,
Boris Johnson. And
I was about to say that, Marlene. I think you always need shade and light. So I think it is important to highlight that the UK that exists now, and may well be the UK that will exist in 5 years' time, is nothing like the UK that people voted to stay in 2014. The entire landscape has changed. Dragged out of Europe, the shift to the right, and the fact that, you know, in 2014, lots of the narrative was, oh, if we only had a Labour government, nobody would want independence. Everything would be marvellous. And that chimera has turned to ashes. So, you know, I think you need that, but you also need a vision of independence. How would being independent change people's lives? And I think that's where the discussion around well-being economics really comes into its own.
Do you think there's enough profile for that within the Scottish government? I mean, they say the words, but I never quite get the sense that this is a major part of their thinking.
Well, actually, it is a major part of their thinking, and many people don't know that in 2018, the Scottish government founded the Wellbeing Economy Governance Group with Iceland and New Zealand, and that came out of their inclusive growth policy of 2017, which was, it was all right to talk about growth, but growth was all going to certain people and others were excluded. And the theory that came out of that was you needed a focus on increasing childcare, improving transport, and improving digital connectivity so that more people could share the benefits of growth. Since that, we've actually come much more to the realization that endless growth is just not tenable. We're either going to eat the planet or burn the planet. I mean, that's if you just constantly chase after growth. So it's much more about looking at sustainability, having an economy that is sustainable. And what the Scottish government did set up back then was the wellbeing framework. So it's in a lot of our policies. And what you see is a lot of Scottish policies are absolutely about wellbeing, whether it's the baby box, the Scottish child payment, free university, free personal care, free prescriptions. All of these things, you know, are about improving the well-being of everybody who lives in Scotland. But the problem is all of those are still in essence mitigation of an underlying economy that is based on profit, is based on exploitation of people, exploitation of the planet, based on austerity, which means more suffering for people. And therefore you need independence to actually be able to change that underlying motor of the economy into one that serves people rather than people being sacrificed to the economy, which is kind of where we are now. You know,
spitting facts, man. Spitting facts. Yeah, we're a lot more caring society. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty of sections of society in England and Wales and Ireland that do care, that they want the society, they want the community to thrive, get better public resources, get more funding for communities, things of that nature, taxing corporations higher. and funding it back into the community. That's the way I see it as well, by the way. But me, loony lefty.
Scottish Government's on a fixed budget. They've just made a huge announcement about money for affordable housing. That's absolutely critical to tackling poverty, but that means there's money they don't have somewhere else. They don't have significant borrowing powers, they can't have an overdraft, and therefore they're always in a position of moving money around, instead of being able to say, actually, this year we're going to invest to get X, Y, and Z done, because that's going to save money and improve lives further down the line. And that's where you need independence. I would say the government don't talk about that phrase as much. My understanding is some leading members in the cabinet don't like the phrase well-being economy. You get people saying, oh, the public don't understand what that means. Public knew absolutely nothing about COVID, but we took the time to explain it. And that's why I go around giving these talks, trying to unpack what we mean by the well-being economy.
Yeah.
So I hope that in the future and after the election next year, I hope that we'll have a Scottish Government that does talk more about it. But between here and next May, I think it's vital to talk about it, because it allows you to show the well-being policies that only exist in Scotland, nowhere else in the UK, but also to show this is what we need independence for, and this is how independence would improve your life and the life of your family.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's interesting hearing you say, maybe, yeah, Scottish Government don't talk about it enough. Because I often think that, I mean, I knew from way back when, we joined in with those other countries to talk about a well-being society. But I was also aware that was very little ever sort of seemed to come out of it. I found it really, exciting. Now, I know there's always the big problem that how do you get the media to pick that up and report it, put it on people's TV screens and talk about it, in a fair kind of way. But I still think that with that and other policies, somehow or other things that the government could be shouting from the rooftops is just a bit, I don't know, a bit muted. I mean, I thought that about doing away with peak fares for the trains. Well, we've just got a leaflet through the door, although it's actually from ScotRail, not from ScotGov. But and I think people have, SNP people and candidates have been out kind of, how it struck me was you've just given commuters, folk with jobs who have to go in, you've just given them a pay rise.
Yep.
You've just given them more disposable income. So why not talk about it like that?
I mean, to be fair, I would imagine it's the same for Scottish Government as Holyrood as it was for us at Westminster. Team at Westminster would put out several press releases a day and they would just go nowhere. They just wouldn't cut through. And so that was the importance. I mean, people often say,
because the media basically don't report what good we're doing. Obviously, there's publications up here that do see what good Holyrood's doing for us, and what the now 9 SNP MPs, people like Philippa. Obviously, we've got Steve Flynn, Kirsty Blackman, damn, I forgot Drew Hendry. They're all still down there. My Perth MP, one that represents my home city, Pete Wisher. Praise be Pete Wisher. I love Pete desperately. He is amazing. There's a possibility that we're losing Stephen Flynn from Westminster and he's coming back north, coming back home. He's from Aberdeen. He represents Aberdeen South or North. I can't remember. Oh, what are you saying with Pat? Kevin. They need to. The public was. So I thought it's bad enough time to get politicians. Correct, yeah. It's a shame that they should be reporting more what basically the press releases that are coming out of the Westminster group, so the 9 MPs headed by Stephen Flynn, and what the Scottish, oh, we've got the National up here, and to some degree the Sun and the Daily Record sometimes reports some of the stuff that the SNP are doing, mostly derision towards the SNP and the Gethin's, yeah.
The SNP politicians shouldn't go on the BBC, shouldn't go on Question Time, shouldn't go on Politics Live. But actually, these programmes get into living rooms, and often debating on these shows is the only opportunity we get to speak to the public. On top of that is obviously through social media, and particularly, you know, if we've spoken about something in Parliament, is then sharing that. But there's no question that independent supporters, the Scottish government, always have to go round the media. The media, particularly in Scotland, is an...
Yeah, the Daily Record's a Labour rag, yeah, I know that. My stepdad calls it the Daily Ranger, for obvious reasons. Diluting lemon, by the way, everyone. Stop falling over, Hella. Stay there. Ah. Numb. Carry on, Philippa.
Absolute barrier. And it was very obvious during COVID, where BBC Wales would celebrate some achievement of the NHS in Wales, and almost the same narrative, where maybe even Scotland was outperforming. If it was covered at all, the headline would have a framing that was negative. And I've seen that over and over and over again, that either a good story isn't...
Oh, I'm nicking that. Anything that you put into the chat and I see and I like it, I am nicking it. The Daily Rancid. That is correct. I like that one. Well done, Rupert. I have no idea if I can pin this or not. Let's see. Pin. Haha. Fantastic. Message pinned. Oh, they've been... Watch this space.
Covered, or in some way the headline on it is framed to make it a disaster. So there's no question about that, but it is definitely the case that I don't think enough time and trouble was taken to talk about the well-being economy to the public over the last kind of 7 years. since that became Scottish Government policy. But also then there's been a cooling on that even over the last couple of years with the Scottish Government, that I think there are people in the Cabinet who are not comfortable with that language, and therefore they talk about the individual policies. Now that's all well and good up to a point. You know, the Scottish child payment is fantastic.
Yes.
You know, Scotland's the only nation in the UK where child poverty is predicted to fall. As Professor Danny Dorling from Oxford pointed out, it's the biggest anti-poverty measure since the fall of the Berlin Wall. So, you know, these are great things, but there's a majority of people in Scotland in families who don't get the Scottish child payment. Whereas when you talk about the whole well-being economy, from baby box, best start grants, you know, free prescriptions, free dental checks, eye checks, you know, whatever it is, affordable housing, no bedroom tax, the free personal care, then actually whether it's your kids, you know, your young children getting kind of expanded childcare, or your teenager going to university without fees, or your mum getting free personal care, then actually most families interact with these well-being policies in some way. And so to me, it allows you to say, no, actually, it doesn't matter who you are. If you are this age to this age, if you have family from this age to this age, you are gaining from Scotland's unique well-being policies. And that's why I feel the package and approach is much stronger. But then it also shows you, we don't have a living pension. The UK pension's 29% of average earnings. In Europe, the range is usually about 70 to 90%. We can't change that. You know, we can't set the real living wage, as opposed to the pretendy living wage, as we called it in Westminster, as the minimum. So, you know, actually having powers over, you know, setting that people must be paid fairly. Our taxpayers' money is used to support people who work but are not paid fairly. That's not actually supporting them. That's actually supporting a company who is exploiting their workers. The people in Scotland pay the highest standing charges for their electricity bills, and yet the north of Scotland is covered in windmills and pylons.
Because of marginal price, whatever's the highest, that's what it gets set at. And because we're still using fossil fuels, it's linked to that price. So we produce 110% of the electricity needs for this country. We sell off the rest. But we pay more on average because it's still linked to the gas price, not how much we generate up here. And Philip is right. The majority of, I better not say that. I think I might be incorrect, that the majority of offshore is up here off the coast of Scotland than it is the rest of the UK. And I keep on screaming into the void like an absolute fucking lunatic, do fucking tidal. God, I keep on meaning to show that from Orkney. They've got a tidal installation up there that they're doing research on, doing amazing work. I've read a few reports a few months ago now. Doing tidal, putting it in Pentland Firth, which is the first between the north of Scotland and and the Orkney Isles. Put a tidal barrier in there, and we could be powering great swaths of the country for next to nothing, instead of getting scalped because it's linked to the price of gas. Just get fucking ready.
And is the coldest part of the UK. We have immense renewable energy resources, but without independence, we don't control them. So while there's all these people going, independence is irrelevant, it's the cost of living, it's housing, it's the NHS. Well, look at the impact on the NHS of Brexit, the social care staff that we've lost. You can't sort the NHS without sorting social care. So to me,
this is her area of expertise. Philip was a doctor after all. She was the health and social care spokesperson for S&D when she was an MP, because doctor. Yeah, doing away with peak rail fares based. I like My national entitlement card, which is its proper name, basically my bus pass or travel pass, I get free bus travel across Scotland, based as fuck. Plus, I get 75% off all rail fare in Scotland, so I pay 25% for everyone else, which is fucking amazing. I get on the Glasgow subway, basically it's a circular that goes round the parts of Glasgow. 50p for me, just 50 pence to use the subway. Obviously, my nearest subway station, not entirely sure. Would it be Kilcadden's or St George's Cross? I I think my nearest one might be St George's Cross, which is well, the area is called St George's Cross. It's where Super Bubby grew up. So there's a subway there. That's my nearest one, I believe. And it goes round like Kilcadden's, Buchanan Street, St Enoch's. I don't know what the first one is, the other side of the river. So it goes round in a circular, essentially.
That whole holistic approach to kind of, this is the kind of society we in.
You know it, it's the Clockwork Orange as well. Bloody hell. That ended when I was a wee lassie. It's obviously lots of Glaswegians still call it the Clockwork Orange. The reason it was called Clockwork Orange, everyone, is because it was the actual trains, the actual carriages were orange. Not a big fan of the colour orange, really. I can't wear orange. It kind of very pale. It washes me out. I look nearly transparent wearing orange things. But it did. The Clockwork Orange is so iconic.
Visage allows you to talk about the best you've done with devolution, what you could be doing if you had the full powers, including the ability to not have more than half of your tax take controlled by somebody else, as well as the ability to borrow to build the infrastructure you need, whether that new schools, new hospitals, dualling the A9, or broadbanding every house and business in Scotland. Those are things you can do when you actually have complete power over your economy, your government, your finances, your currency, etc.
Do you know, the SNP should get you to write their campaign material. That was brilliant.
That was it. It is brilliant. And, you know, one of the things that Fiona and I chat about ourselves, but also we hear other people saying something about along the same lines is more, you know, we'd like, especially given that we're in the run up to Holyrood next year, Holyrood election, that we'd like to see the Scott Gov just picking a few fights with people, you know, not being Mr. Nice Guy. And I do mean John Swinney, actually. I have a lot of respect for the man, you know, and he's an honourable kind of politician, but I'd just like him to pick a fight. Now, you have to choose your fights, right? So you
She's basically saying John Swinney's a bit of a daft squib. I'd like him to go, and if it looks like Stephen Flynn is coming back up, just imagine him as First Minister. Fucking bring it. Oh, Wolfpet, I'd love your thoughts. Kate Forbes stepping down, literally leaving Holyrood. Bye, Kate. I thought she was all right as finance minister. Basically, that's the Scottish Chancellor for all intents and purposes. But she's leaving. She's not standing again next year. She's leaving politics.
You choose one that, you know, there would be benefit from. I mean, the obvious one that always comes to our mind is energy. I mean, for some of the reasons that you've just outlined, you know, and in a way, even if you pick a fight and then, you know, you don't kind of win it, but you've actually got a lot of air and a lot of space on, you know, TV, media, whatever. And even if in the end it's, well, that can't happen because Westminster controls it, that, in a way, that's still a win, isn't it?
Energy by itself is almost the single biggest argument on its own for independence.
Oh,
People don't realize that our generators, so like our wind farms, tidal, whoever it is that's wanting to put electricity into the national grid, and I mean the UK grid, they pay 10 to 15 times the rate of a generator in the middle of England. And if it's a generator in the south of England, they actually get paid to put electricity in the grid. So our generation end is handicapped by that. Then you have at the other end, our consumers are paying more despite living in the coldest part of the UK. And when the issue of zonal pricing came up, which would have made Scotland electricity much cheaper and might have attracted energy intensive businesses to the more rural parts of Scotland, to the periphery where we have offshore wind farms, to islands, but basically to the Highlands particularly, that gets ruled out. It doesn't even get serious consideration because, that would be unfair to ask people in England to be paying a bit more. Well, you've been asking people in Scotland to pay quite a lot more for years. Over 40% of households in Scotland who are struggling with their energy bills in a place that has the oil, the gas, the wind, no shortage of wind, and tidal.
I'm with Utilita. I hope that this one dogs me, hopefully. I will just say there's the Utilita app. I am the yes. She was a very capable finance minister. Credit where credit's due, even if it's just a little bit. My Utilita. Holy fuck. That should be enough. It might be in my name for the utilities for this household, for this flat of ours. Currently, in our electric, £9.73. And because our boiler isn't working properly, we can't get our central heating to work or get me hot water for a fucking bath, for crying out loud. We have £125.74 in the gas. It's fucking ridiculous. Even though in my name, Super Hubby pays for the gas and electric. He has both the cards, he has the app as well. I've given him the login for it essentially because I was the one that signed up. I signed up for it because my credit rating was a little bit better than his at the time. But he pays for it, so we get our universal credit on Friday, and we'll be putting more in it. I don't think we need to put anything in the gas until they get it fucking fixed. So 15. It'll be 15 or 20 a fortnight. Might be 20. So it'll either be 15 or 20 pounds that we'll be putting in on Friday. Just into the electric, not into the gas. I don't think. Yeah, it's just the electric that we're putting into just now. So, yeah. Oh, what? Exclusive rewards. Is the entered competition? Slovenia. Entered. What the? Oh. I'll enter that. Win 450 for Amazon. $250 gift card for Costa. That might be quite fun. I do like their cakes and their coffee. Let's see. Ooh, yes. Win a Lancome gift set. Win a Samsung Neo QLED Smart 55-inch telly. Where the fuck would we put it? Fuck it, man. Wish me luck. The length of time that we've been entering these competitions, we've won fuck all. So there we go. Wish me luck in those prize draws. 450 for Amazon, that'd be quite good. Feel free to clip me, by the way. I need more clips for my channel. And feel free to use the emotes. I do so especially love the one that I used there, because obviously Saltire and a mad cat. Reconnect to the chat, fuck's sake. Oh, 4-leaf clover, thank you. I do so love 4-leaf clovers.
Potential, but we don't control those resources. So, you know, I think picking some of these things and unpacking them for the public, whether within the well-being economy narrative or on their own.
There be all my emotes. The first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. The first, second, and seventh I commissioned. I do so love my frying pan.
Specific leaflets or papers certainly allows you to see, here's what we've done, but here's what we can't yet do. And that's why we need independence. And it's a thing that would make a difference to you and your family.
Yeah, yeah. Just to mention Danny Dorling earlier, but Fiona and I were over at we went over to the Festival of Politics event where he was speaking. It was great, really, really enjoyed it. I was in the Conservative front bench, unfortunately, but there you go.
We got a better view.
We got a better view. But, you know, one of the things, I mean, it was really a good event. And of course, the Scottish Child Payment was mentioned. He talked about that quite a lot. But at one point towards the end, he was talking about
that's to mitigate the 2-child cap that Labour still haven't got rid of. And that's why Zara and Jeremy and a few others, a couple of others, got booted because they didn't want to starve children. And that was the reason they lost the Labour whip and they're on the opposition benches now. Because they want to get rid of the 2-child cap, which is getting mitigated up here with this payment. Not a good look, starving children and supporting a genocide. Delightful. That's why I like the SNP. They actually do good shit. They do good stuff. They have really helped the people of Scotland with some of the best policies in the world.
How you make change and how you kind of bring that through in terms of social change. And two of the things he said was, well, but people have to care and they also have to be angry. It didn't mean the kind of anger that we're seeing on the streets with Farage's supporters. He's not talking about that. He's talking about the kind of anger, and of course the example he used was an Aaron Bevan, who was just angry.
Directed anger, you can use your anger to do social movements, to do mutual aid, things of that nature, join Scottish people, blah, blah, blah. There's lots of ways you can direct that anger to get better policies, better positions, call out people who are being horrible, promoting policies which are damaging to people's lives. So being able to direct my anger and not screaming to the void. I do obviously scream into the void, as most leftists do, I would assume, not just me. But being able to direct that anger, fucking amazing. I was a member of the Labour Party. My sister paid for my membership, and whenever there was any sort of vote happening or anything, she used to come to me. Said, "How do you vote?" And you said, "You know exactly what way I would vote. You know me." So my sister said, "Okay." Hang on. Oi, it's not coming up. Rejoice, comrades. Jacqueline is here. Hi, Jacqueline. Are you in the Discord? If you're in the Discord, put it into either general or something. I'm not sure what other channel. Maybe the randomness one. If you can post a link to that, we can go into that next. Thanks for saying, Jacqueline. That is, yeah, that needs to be shown. Oh, oh, oh! Thank you, Gemma. There is the Discord. There's lots of channels. It's an ongoing thing trying to make it look a lot better. I do so like the way I've got my voice channel, what I've called it. It's called the Numptyverse because Numpty. It's very funny. And I do love the word Numpty.
At what had happened to his family in terms of health or lack of health measures. So that just really kind of struck a key with me, because in a way what you're talking about would be fantastic. The facts are all there, but do we care enough, and are we angry enough about it?
That's what I mean about, obviously the Barack Obama Hope campaign, and there were lots of people in 2014 saying, oh no, we only need a positive vision, we don't talk about negatives. But actually you do need dark and light. You need to show, here are issues that make it worth getting up off your bahookie and going and changing something. Because if you don't say that, then why should we?
Bahookie, Scottish for derriere, rear end, your fundament, or arse. Bahookie is a great Scottish word as well. Feel free to use it when you're referencing your derriere.
Bother. And as you say, you have to care, and that involves caring about putting in the energy to make change for yourself and your family. Now, most people naturally do want to do that. They try to get a better job, or they try to get a more secure house, or whatever it is, for the benefit of their family. So that's why I think that is quite a strong narrative. But you also have to care about the other people around you, in the sense of, I don't think most people in Scotland would be attracted to the idea of living in a posh gated community, getting in their car and driving through a completely dead town with people living in cardboard boxes. And so I think we're still quite communitarian in Scotland, and I think that we need to be reaching out to that. But one of the
Oh.
We are currently on the Alma, and we have sighted 15 to 16 drones, big drones, right above our vessel, and we were alone. And now we are joining the fleet again, and we have been informed that one of the sailing boats has been attacked by a drone. We don't know what it was exactly. And right now they're jamming our VHF, as you can hear. We do not know where this is coming from, the sound, but other vessels are experiencing the same thing. They're jamming our radio.
So we launched the alarm because 1 hour ago Alma was surrounded by 12 drones, and they were at the end of the fleet. Then Owela, another vessel, had one drone above them without any light, and this drone dropped an object that bounced off the boat into the water. And then a few minutes ago it happened the same thing to Yulara, another vessel. we have another drone flying really low on Karma. And so what is happening there is that we are compacting the fleet, be together and just keep sailing slowly.
We are currently on the Alma.
What the fuck? Christ almighty. So there we go. Back into my history about Philippa. Oh, ta-da!
One of the key issues is also, in the end, it all comes back and lands in our lap. If you don't invest in children when they're babies, if you don't invest in the pregnant woman to start with, so that the baby has a decent chance right from day zero, if you don't invest in the house they live in, do they have enough to eat? Is the air clean around them? Is it safe to walk to school? Then you will be picking up the pieces for the rest of their lives. And I remember when I was at Westminster, I was vice chair of the Health and All Policies Group. And in 2016, when they did the big raft of welfare cuts, including the 2-child limit, benefit cap, all the rest of it. So we did an inquiry with the UK Faculty of Public Health, and there was a professor from Liverpool who came out with this figure that the UK loses 1,400 children before the age of 15 as a direct result of poverty and deprivation. Now that's the size of a secondary school. Can you imagine if the roof of a secondary school was collapsing every year and killing that many children? Wouldn't we do something about it? And it's multifaceted. It's miscarriage, it's low birth weight, it's prematurity, fetal alcohol syndrome, house fires, road accidents, addiction, violence, suicide. All of these things that kill our young people are heavily associated with poverty and deprivation. And that's very much why the Early Years Collaborative involving Sir Harry Burns put such an emphasis on that beginning of life. Because if you spend the money there, they have a much better life, and you're not putting them in prison or picking up the pieces later on. And the thing is, the Scottish government gets that. To their credit, they get it. Westminster doesn't get it. And we now know that whether it's Tory or Labour, and certainly there's no chance with reform, there's nobody in Westminster who is going to recognise that you must invest in children for them to have a better life than we have necessarily had, but also so that they reach their full potential and contribute to our society, and indeed even contribute to our economy if that's your focus. But it's trying to get that recognition that you need to invest in children, and the Scottish government do try to do it. But as I say, if you don't,
Truly disgusting. Truly disgusting. I say that as the daughter of a midwife and a health visitor, a sexual health nurse as well. There's a thing called a health visitor up here. So once mum had done, well, she's retired, but once mum done her job, help the mother, help the pregnant person deliver the child, there's a health visitor that goes round and checks, see how things are going. They're basically a nurse and social worker rolled into one essentially. And they go and check for a few months after baby's born to make sure that the family, the mum especially, how to breastfeed, how to set up the bed, things like that. Lots of different things, better diet to produce good colostrum and all that stuff. So they go and visit to make sure so we need funding for them for that part of it, as well as funding for midwives and nurses to help during the pregnancy. Getting the child on a better footing in the beginning can prevent a lot of this stuff from happening down the road. That's what Philippa just said. That's what Westminster don't get, because they are beholden to bastards who don't want to see that happen. They want us desperate. They don't want us on a better social footing so we can demand for better wages, join a union, work for better paying conditions, essentially.
Don't control your budget.
Yeah.
You're always trying to balance every year. So actually, you're doing things that are just a sticking plaster, where if you had full powers, you would fix the underlying problem. You wouldn't keep putting fresh tarpaulin on the roof. You would actually retile your roof.
Yeah, there were two things that Danny Dorling said at that event that have stuck in my mind, and one was that I can't remember the percentage, but he quoted the percentage of babies in Oxfordshire who've never been washed in anything but cold water, because if you can't heat your house, you're not going to wash your baby in hot water. And I mean, that was just such an image in current day, okay, Oxfordshire. But the other thing that really struck me, he said already the Scottish child payment is starting to show a difference in the height of our children. And the English child mortality figures are going up, where our children are getting taller because of decent nutrition. I mean, these are fantastic measures.
I mean, that's fantastic if there's research showing that already, because certainly over the last 15 years, because of austerity, the height of children in the UK had gone down. Now, often Scottish children were shorter to start with. If you imagine some of the people that you would see across Scotland, particularly in some of our poorer parts of Glasgow and the Central Belt. So that's fantastic if you're already seeing that. But it's also, it's recognizing it's this knitting together within a well-being approach of a whole lot of different policies. So even the Scottish Child Smile, which started in 2007, Wales copied the idea in 2011 when I was in Parliament. So up until last year, England did not have a national system of promoting good dental health in children. Indeed, it was reported that 40% of children in England couldn't get a dentist at all, because the way their contract works is it basically disincentivized preventive work. Rather than rewarding preventive work. And what we saw was, while we started with much poorer dental health in Scotland because of poverty and deprivation, you saw things like caries and so on really plummet in Glasgow, and start good dental health starting to kind of rise up to the rest of Scotland. And I remember going to an event when I was first at Westminster in the House of Lords, think it was about dental health, and I thought, I'll go along and fly the flag for Child Smile. There was a dentist there with a bag of teeth. She said, "This is a bag of the teeth I have removed from children today." It is the biggest cause of child admission to hospital is full dental clearance. And so she was just going on and on and on about Child Smile in Scotland. So I didn't need to say anything. But when you look at the fact that through the Scottish Child Payment, the Scottish Government will invest £20,000 in every young person in a low-income family up to the age of 16, that's a game changer. And along with things like the Best Start nutrition, the Best Start grants.
I have issues due to my genetics. So dental care is basically plaque, rotten teeth, things of that nature, bleeding gums and all that. If you do preventative, good dental hygiene, there's also a link to good heart health as well. I get plaque. I'm more at risk of plaque buildup than Super Hubby. His plaque buildup, his genetics are I say a lot better, but his genetics are good, because he doesn't get that much plaque. Don't get me wrong, he has had like a D scale and polish, so the D scale gets rid of the plaque of the teeth, and polish obviously cleaning your teeth, polishing the teeth essentially by the dentist. We don't need to pay for that, me and Super Hubby. All my dental work is free, up to a point obviously. So basic and slightly advanced dental care I get for free because I'm disabled. Hi, Jacqueline. Thank you, sweetie. I am looking at that name and thinking Irish. So that might be Thai. Nikki. Thank you kindly, my darling.
The baby box, which helps out all young parents. You are really seeing that investment in, early learning and childcare, free school meals, because they will have a better chance to turn into successful adults if they are living in a decent house, having enough to eat, and living in an area where they feel safe to play outside and walk to school. All of that, and it's all these interlocking pieces. It's not just one. Scottish Child Payment's a big piece, but it's all of these different things that we have in Scotland. And that's why I think talking about the well-being economy is so vital, because you can hang all the policies on it and show these are all unique to Scotland, and they all add up to improving the health and well-being of every Scottish citizen.
And they're all at risk as well if we get reform in.
Yeah, not just reform. I mean, I would suggest that if we had a Labour government in Scotland, how long do you think it'll be before Keir Starmer, yanks on the leash and says, no, I'm sorry, you can't go on having these different kind of policies? Because that
she has to be diplomatic, of course, but I don't need to be. I'm not a Scottish Labour Party member anymore. Anna Sarwar is a fucking puppet. One of the best Scottish Labour leaders we've had. Don't get me wrong, there were still absolute bastards on the Labour benches, but the best one we've ever had was an Englishman, oddly enough, Richard Leonard. He got done away with because he was too left-wing for them. Funny that. I thought Richard Leonard was quite good. Mostly. But they got rid of him. And we got Annas. And I'll keep on saying it until it gets shifted off the fucking list. We're coming for you, Annas. Brat. Correct.
Kind of divergence particularly came after 2007, when we had a different government in Scotland from in Westminster. So I would really worry that regardless of what Scottish Labour might aspire to do, they would actually be reined in, because clearly it's often used to cause aggravation south of the border. Why are we paying £10 an item for prescriptions when these Scots get it for nothing? So I don't think it's just reform. I think Labour would be a threat to that as well.
Yeah.
So the prescription charge, England, Northern Ireland's a little bit different, but in England the prescription charge, £9.90 per item, not for the full prescription. So say your GP puts on 5 things, that's essentially £50. What am I on? So I'm on 4, so I'd be paying £40. The type of medications I'm on, I get a month for my pain patch, which is here, which is fentanyl patch that I put on. I swap it over each arm. I'm back on my HRT, which is on my back. It is a patch. I'm on pregabalin for my neuropathy, and I'm on a Cretor D3, which is vitamin D plus calcium for my bones, which I'm slowly stepping down because I'm back on my HRT. Good for bone health, by the way. estrogen? Damn it, I can't remember. My mind's just went blank. So it's either estrogen or progesterone is good for the bones because we lose bone mass as we get older, and one of those hormones helps bolster that. Mine's is because of my autoimmune diseases, my bones getting worn away. That's why my feet are a fucking mess. Ugh. Too many breaks and fractures. So that helps bolster the bones because we need good bone health because we have children. Well, I don't, but there's people who can have children, and we need it to bolster the pelvic girdle essentially so we can birth said human.
Have found the picture of Marlene unbenched.
I've seen you looking happier, Marlene.
Well, I know. I was just. I got to that point when I put my hand up to have a question, and Liam MacArthur, I knew he'd spotted me because he sort of nodded in my direction. At which point I was thinking, "Oh God, I haven't framed the question yet." You know?
Yes.
I was in one of those kind of.
Well remembered with Pet, yes. Never forget that. He's also anti-union, by the way, his family. His dad was an MSP. Delightful.
Well, I'll just wing it.
I know
so
that
it's fine.
feeling, Marlene. I know that feeling.
Yeah. When you talk about all these individual policies and then wrapping them, as it were, within the well-being. So in a way, it's kind of. I was going to say it's not new, but I mean it's something that's been done before. But actually, it does sound like that could be done again in the next few months to make it an effective measure. Although, if you say there are people in the cabinet who are not so keen on the word well-being, then maybe that wouldn't happen. But it would make much more sense to wrap it round in that and produce it as a package. I mean, almost like a jigsaw. You could do a really good wee, promo with bits of a jigsaw coming in, and then another bit, and then another bit, and then it produces a map of Scotland or something.
Yeah.
I'm not quite good enough to do that, but that could be done.
Oh, I like that. Like different policy positions. And it can make up like a map of Scotland. Oh, that's actually quite clever. Well done, Marlene. I wonder how many graphic designers have heard that. Or if any SNP or Scottish Greens have heard that. That might be quite a clever looking election leaflet. I like that. I really like that. Marlene, round of applause for Marlene Halliday.
The moment so far, what we've got is the First Minister's speech the other day when he, talked about the right. He was framing everything in terms of the right to decide, and that seems like a good move because it seems to me if you're a politician, if you're going to put a campaign forward that you know already that there's a majority in favour of, because there is for that. Is something, I think it's something like 57% if you ask people. I mean, that's not to say that all of them will vote for independence, but it seems like a good start. So we're just wondering, do you agree with that?
Yeah, no, I think absolutely. And we saw Martin Geisler yesterday challenging Douglas Alexander on, we were constantly told at Westminster it's a voluntary union. And I mean, I asked prime ministers repeatedly at PMQs, if it's a voluntary union, explain how we leave. So, I mean, I think, what the paper does, and I don't know if you've looked at that was published after John's speech about the right to decide, it shows that there was this broad acceptance of the claim of right from 1989.
Yeah.
It quotes people like John Major, Margaret Thatcher, David Cameron, that Scots have the right to decide. Now, if we believe that in Scotland, sovereignty lies with the people. And so I think it is a very good place to start, because even people who may not yet be convinced, or maybe are convinced they don't want independence, may feel, well, actually, we need to clarify this, because otherwise it's going round and round.
I like that with Pip. I like that. Obviously, you don't need to dock yourself what part of this lovely nation. You just need to give the city or town or wherever, or even just council area if you like.
For me, as I
Again,
said
no
earlier,
problem.
I feel the landscape of the UK is utterly different from what people voted to stay in 2014, and therefore we should have the right to make that decision again. I think it is actually a good starting point, and the paper has quite a lot of quotes in it from politicians across the board, including people in the Better Together parties, the Smith Commission, etc. So I think that is a good place. We believe in the sovereignty of the Scottish people.
The Smith Commission was after our oh, clacks! Perthshire. I'm from Perthshire. It's been ages since I've been to clacks, actually. Obviously, I've been to Stirling and stuff, but that's Stirlingshire. Oh God, I really, really want to get to Stirling Castle, but the hill going up to it, I think would fucking doing my joints. But we'll see if I can actually get myself back on a better footing. I might go and visit it next summer, but it's nicer weather. It's getting too cold and damp and rainy. Me and damp don't do well. Not a good combination. I'm stiff enough as it is. I don't need the extra hassle of the damp getting into my joints. Just no, thanks. I hate rainy and cold weather because I can't operate. I am no good commander beast.
Now, what I often say when I'm finishing my talks about independence, if we, those who already believe in independence, believe in the sovereignty of the Scottish people, we also have to accept there isn't a trick or a shortcut to this. You know, you're not going to get this with 49% that somehow looks something different when you turn it into seats or whatever else. You actually have to have the support of the majority of Scots if you're going to change the constitution and become independent. To me, that is critical. And so people say, oh, we need to just spend even more years talking about process. Well, I find that boring. I think most people find it boring. It just is lots of people arguing with each other.
I haven't been to it. Super Hubby's been to it, and he just says one thing to me: the stairs would kill you. To get up to see like the sword and stuff and go and visit the Wallace Monument. Don't get me wrong, it's easy enough for me to get up to it, but I would go to it, I would stand in front of it and just take a fucking photo. He can climb the stairs again if he likes, not me. Edge of the World covered what Scottish history and stuff, and he climbed up and he went upstairs, and I watched that video and I looked at those stairs, and Super Hubby is correct. I don't think I'd be able to manage those stairs.
Other. We need to get back to focusing on the why and the vision. If we'd had 9 years in Westminster with a consistent majority of Scots at our back, we'd have had a much louder voice. Whereas if you're only looking at polls, oh, it goes up a wee bit, then it goes down a wee bit, it flicks backwards and forwards, it's borderline. So the lawyers, the constitutional people, etc., can look at all the routes that can get us legally to independence, whether it's a referendum, whether it's a de facto referendum, whether it's the UN. I mean, frankly, personally, I don't care. I just want independence. But we can only start that new version of Scotland with the support of the Scottish people. So if we say we respect the sovereignty of the Scottish people, we have to actually respect the sovereignty of the Scottish people. And that's why I'm happy not to be at Westminster and be back on the road, you know, in town halls and church halls, talking to people about the well-being economy, about Scotland, a European nation, about what we could do if we were independent. Because, as Margot MacDonald said, it's our duty, every single person, not just politicians. I mean, the amount of grief as a politician you get on social media, why haven't you delivered it? What are you going to do about it? Sorry, it's not my job. It wasn't my job. It's not John Swinney's job. It's all of our jobs. And if we did what Margot said, and every single indie supporter put the energy into converting one other person, we'd already be home and dry. Whereas what we've had over the last 6 or 7 years is too much inward looking, too much arguing about process, Whereas I feel, and I often quoted this even years ago, you look at the fall of the Berlin Wall. I mean, my husband's German. In the end of the day, the people of East Germany and East Berlin just took it down because they decided they'd had enough. And that's what happens when you have the power of a population behind you. The unthinkable can happen. We were in Berlin literally a couple of months after the Berlin Wall came down. We had been in Germany a couple of months before the wall came down, and you wouldn't have imagined it was going to happen. So to me, the power lies with the people, and that's where we need to be putting more of our energy. But it doesn't need to be the same people. People who are good at looking at all the routes to independence legally can be working on that. People like me can just be out and about talking to ordinary folk and saying, why don't you think about this? Why don't you imagine your family, your business, your home, your village in an independent Scotland, and how it would be different and how it would be better?
Yeah, that just sounds brilliant. And I mean, we've had a couple of chats with Gordon McIntyre Kemp. It was last year, I think, was earlier. But, you know, he had this idea.
Citizens Convention, and it was based on the Welsh model. They took 2 years.
Frankly, we were kind of astonished that setup that they had in Wales included asking the question and pursuing, you know, the whole scenario of Wales being independent. Because I thought, well, no way would Holyrood have set that up. I mean, especially in Wales, given it was done with the help of the Welsh Labour Party. So Gordon kind of picked up. Well, I don't know if he picked up on that, or maybe he had the idea independently, but he knew about the Welsh setup. And basically, what he was talking about is what you've just said. You go to a wee place somewhere in Scotland, and there's always church halls, and there's always places where you can have a meeting, or you just go into the pub and have a chat with people. But you know, you set things up that you get small things happening, but lots of them with folk who know what they're talking about, but also can just ordinary in a certain way and can make connections with.
But Marlene,
with other people.
Ordinary people can just learn a bit about something.
Yeah.
So even if it was being down the pub talking about the energy landscape in Scotland and how we are handicapped, and how, frankly, GB Energy, no matter what handful of jobs they put in Aberdeen, is actually just about taking Scottish energy south. So, you know, people could find out about one thing and always have it in their pocket, whether they're talking to family, friends, neighbours, work colleagues, whatever. Or they may have somebody that they know who might be a little bit open to be persuaded, and then it's a matter of dropping one pebble at a time. You don't pin them down with their pint and talk at them for an hour. That's what I do in church halls, and then we have another, 45 minutes of Q&A. But different people have different skills, and so whatever it is that you can do to inform yourself, to have good conversations with the people around you, as you say, lots of small things all add up together. But equally, I mean, I'm obviously also doing a lot of talks on Gaza, as you can imagine, and so I'm doing quite a few double headers. I was in Galashiels last weekend, giving a talk about Gaza on Friday and a talk about the well-being economy on the Saturday.
Galashiels is in the borders. Hang on, I'll just bring it up. There we go. So there we go. A little bit away from me, let's just say. Ah, cool. Nice one with Pet. So here I'm here Glasgow, the largest city in Scotland. Here's the capital, Edinburgh. Mm. You didn't see that? Mm. Oops, that's on my Google Maps. There's Dundee. There's St Andrews. No, not Brackenridge. Dunlin. That's essentially Perth, where I'm from.
I'm in Lochaber at the end of this month. I'm in Musselburgh talking about well-being economy. I'll be in Oban. You know, I'm kind of, and I'm open to people just getting in touch with me. If you can get together, not just SNP branches. I mean, there's over 200 of them. That's one a week for 4 years. Sorry, that's a waste of my time.
Yeah.
But if you get multiple branches and different yes groups and Women for Indie and others and make it a public meeting, and organise me a church hall, I'll be there. And my poor hubby Hans will drive me.
Holding your handbag.
Because that's what I can do and what I enjoy to do.
Oh, Hans is a taxi driver for Philippa. And that, obviously, that's a great thing. Thank you, Hans. Well done for burying this legendary human around Scotland. And obviously, just to see lovely little places that he goes to. Oban Brown, by the way. If you can, visit Oban. It's got a distillery in it and a rather good fish restaurant. I can't eat about 3/4 of the fucking menu because I'm deadly allergic. But there's lots of good white fish and things. And obviously, salmon. You can get salmon in it as well. It's brilliant. It is right on the harbour.
Is to unpack that. I mean, I totally agree that there are aspects of the well-being economy that the Scottish government could unpack in leaflets, definitely could unpack, as you say, in little videos and so on. Whether they'll take that up, I don't know. But to me, discussing this on the route to 2026 is vital because, as I say, it both highlights the job they have done with devolution since 2007 and the potential of independence. And despite what you hear back from the opposition, oh, Scotland failing on health, failing on education, failing on crime, it is nonsense. You know, they throw the attainment gap. The attainment gap at national fives in Scotland has been halved. The attainment gap at higher level has been cut by 2/3. That is huge progress. And yet what we hear, oh no, Scottish education is going to the dogs.
Yeah.
The NHS, all 4 health services are on their knees since the pandemic. But the Scottish Health Service is still outperforming the other 3. And when then people go, oh, that's whataboutery. I'm sorry, you're fighting an election where you aim to be the government of Scotland and you make all these promises. Let's now.
Well, oh. Boom. Boom. Based, Philippa. Based. I wonder how many little small towns, maybe village. Mostly towns, I would assume. Maybe villages, who knows? I wonder if she's visited the fair city. By the way, that's the name for Perth.
Never mind the promises you're making. If you're Tory, you've been in charge in England for 14 years. If you're Labour, you've been in charge in Labour in Wales for decades. So let's look at what you've actually done rather than what you claim you might do without explaining how you do it. So to me, that comparison of the 3 nations in Great Britain that have been ruled by SNP, Labour and Tory is quite critical to fighting the campaign until next year,
Yeah.
instead of just reeling back on the ropes and accepting that, oh, the Scottish Government record's terrible. No, it's not. Get up there and defend it.
Yeah.
And show the
Yeah.
innovative things. The Scottish public have no idea that people elsewhere are paying tuition fees, paying the bedroom tax, etc., because it doesn't get covered in the media. So we have to go out and tell them that, but then talk about these underlying issues of an obsession with growth, an obsession with GDP growth, which is frankly destructive and isn't coming to you and I. It's actually going to billionaires, it's going offshore, it's not helping anybody.
The mainstream media, I mean, I think it applies to the whole of the UK, but it certainly applies in Scotland. There's never a context. So, you know, reporting Scotland or cringing Scotland is what we call it in our house. You know, they'll have a headline or they'll have an item about something. Now, it's not wrong. It's not that they've made it up, but it's never put in context. I sit and shout at the TV, and my husband goes, "Shall I just change channel then?" You know, because let's not do that. How's your blood pressure, kind of thing. So, you know,
I connect with that. I connect with you, Marlene, in that. Although, maybe on breakfast at times, BBC Breakfast, but most of my shouting at TV is done on this, either on stream or off stream. I watch it, award-winning journalism and Question Time and all those other ones. I haven't actually watched Politics Live for a while. Maybe I should go back into Distorting Scotland. Ah, yeah. So fucking accurate. Hey, you're on fire tonight.
that would be fantastic to be able to do that, to make those, to put things in context and yeah, make comparisons. I mean, I knew you were giving talks, but I didn't quite realise the extent to which you're doing that. But it's fantastic, and because it strikes me that somehow or other over the next, what is it, 10 months, something like that, maybe less. You know, we need to do something about getting momentum going. Now, maybe it'll not be the kind of momentum that they had in the run up to 2014, or even, you know, the year after, which must have been the year you got elected, when there was all that, you know, there was a general election and there was incredible sense of momentum. So to get back to that seems to me to be, you know, what we need to do, because otherwise, if people stay feeling, saying, oh, you know, ScotGov don't do anything, blah, 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 the kind of nonsense that gets kind of said, which is wrong, but I can kind of sympathise with the feeling that's underneath it. But if we don't fill that gap, Nigel Farage will fill it. Well, that's what he does.
I mean, these narratives are being promoted, and the other narrative, which has been going on much longer, which I think is incredibly dangerous, is all politicians are the same, all politicians are rubbish, because that actually promotes voter disengagement. There's no point in voting, they're all rubbish. You might as well not bother. And actually, one of the biggest risks in any of our future elections is poor voter turnout, because you can bet your bottom dollar Farage will get his people out and you will get more extreme groups coming through, and that's obvious whenever turnout goes down. So I think we do need that kind of energy. I mean, Hans and I did 5,500 miles in 2014. I'm not saying that we're going to quite manage that. We're a good decade older and a bit kind of frayed around the edges now. But it's trying to get people talking, and obviously, hopefully, podcasts like this, putting this out, sharing it, getting people talking about it is the best that all of us can do to try and amplify things, but trying to get that buzz, and particularly to make sure people get out of their sofa and go and vote next May, because that is absolutely vital. But yeah, I think bringing the movement back together is really important, and that's why when I am invited somewhere, I say, look, I want you to reach out to the other local parties, Greens, Socialists, you know, and the Yes groups. Try and bring people into the same room, and then let's have this discussion about a vision for Scotland that would really benefit every single person who lives here.
Yeah, and that is the reform, and Corbyn, I think, being able to position themselves as kind of the anti-establishment outsider, almost underdog, but stir up a lot of anger. I get the sense that particularly Reform is doing that a lot, as you're saying, face to face in small groups, going out to places, and enthusing people with a message that we would find horrifying. But if it taps into their anger about their situation and promises a magic solution, we saw that it worked for Trump. We can see the results that Farage is having. So somehow linking the positive messages about independence and the current, all the benefits that we've got under those wellbeing possibles, I think is absolutely crucial, because it's the only way to deflect that anger is to say, but we actually are doing something better, and it can get even better. Where the real radical option is independence, not
yeah, absolutely. I think when you look at the impact on Scotland of Brexit, of the Internal Market Act, of the undermining.
Is that YouTube with Pet? Is that YouTube? Oh, we need to go and check that out if it's a YouTube.
Of devolution, we can't even have a waste recycling system, a deposit return scheme. Just this determination to keep blocking Scottish democracy, and the threat of Farage. And yes, I can understand there are people who, someone is coming up going, they're all rubbish, give us a chance because we'll change everything and we'll make it better. But, you actually have to look at what they've said they will do. We know Farage supports an American-style health system. Have a look at what that would cost you and your family. Never mind free prescriptions. You're talking about paying for hospital admissions. Have a look at what attacking human rights means. Yes, you may think, oh, we get rid of the European Convention on Human Rights and we can kick some people out that I've been told are the cause of all of this. But what does it do to your human rights as a disabled person, as a woman, as someone of an ethnic background, if your human rights are also no longer protected? And what kind of pariah state does the UK turn into if we extract ourselves from the Refugee Convention and various international law pillars? Basically, Reform might like the idea of Fortress Britain, but actually I don't think most people would really want to live in that. To highlight what his policies actually are, because he won't tell people. He'll keep it really simple. Here's an anti-establishment vote. This equals none of the above. You want change. Of course people want change, but the genuine change that could deliver improvement for people who are struggling is to have the full powers, both financial, fiscal, and political, to say, this is the Scotland we want to build. And it's totally different from the direction in Westminster, where billionaires have been able to lobby, arms firms have been able to lobby and directly influence policy. Private health companies have been able to lobby and are setting the direction for the NHS in England. That is not the Scotland we want. So that's why vision is important.
The fossil fuel industry is apparently a major donor of Farage as well. So that's what you're getting is.
In Glasgow last week, I mean, there was a absolute, great example of Farage applying, it's Trump and Steve Bannon's playbook. So, they've had people, I mean, presumably they're Glaswegians, well, I suppose, and they're putting saltires on flags, particularly up in Maryhill, and I think it also happened in part of Edinburgh. And a friend of mine, she lives up in Maryhill, and she said to me, oh,
it happened from Maryhill, which is a part of Glasgow. That direction for me, I'm in Springburn, not giving too much away. And just, was it them? Was it the right-wingers? That's my flag, you bastards. Leave it alone. I know what the saltire means to me, so stop using it for your right-wing ends. It'll just piss people like me off, and you don't want an irate Scottish Marxist on your case. You really don't. You'll never get me to fucking shut up. I'm listening and broadcasting at the same time, so my speaker is in my headphones right here. Oh, right here. Is it? Or down here? Down there. So it's down here when I've got them on. So the microphone and me hearing as well as broadcasting onto my channel. So yeah, there's a speaker in this. All my other speakers are off. The speaker on both my phones, but the one on the Sinless Bastard, it doesn't work. It hasn't worked for years. And the microphone on my phone is disabled. And I'm sure I've got the microphone which is in this. I've got that turned off as well. I might need to check that at some point. I'll take that back off a minute so I'm not shouting too much. So I think I've got them all turned off because the speaker button here on the laptop just above the keyboard, it's not lit up, it's off. So I assume that the speaker in the laptop is off as well. Yeah, there's a microphone in them. And that's how you can hear me. What I could do is I can turn the speaker element part of this off and put my actual speaker back on. No, I've got it turned off. The light isn't on it. I'll need to go in and check. Hang on, let's just see. I'll be back in a minute, everyone. Microphone. Hmm. Yeah, it's disabled. Huh. Yeah, I've disabled it. That's what the troubleshooter just found. Yeah. If you want to see the butcher's apron, they're usually down, there's two pubs, the one's called the Loud and the other one's called the Bristol. And they're on the road, they're on Alexandra. Damn it. Duke Street. No, and you'll remember it eventually. They're both on Duke Street, which is the main road that you go along to get to the East End where Parkhead is, where Celtic Park is. So they're kind of close to basically where Celtic play. Interesting. And they're always flying the butcher's apron. Yeah. I quite like seeing the Saltire, and I thought it was like pro-independent people putting it up. I didn't know it was some fucking right-wing bastards. They literally went from Maryhill to where I am and sprinting all the way to the shopping centre, which is over there. Oh! Did I fix it? Bloody hell. Rejoice. I do kind of fumble my way through this. Oh, Christ. Sorry, Gemma. I don't know where I'm going wrong. That's odd. The internal light for the laptop's disabled. I made sure it was disabled when I took these in. Fucking ages ago. I'll go over it after. Oh dear. Yeah.
I got off the bus and it was great. There were Saltires everywhere. What happened? I went, well, unfortunately, that was the right-wing Faragists. And at the same time as that was happening, just the same few days, Farage did this speech with a whole set of completely rubbish statistics about how Glasgow was taking in a far higher proportion of asylum seekers and it was impacting people not being able to get housing, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it was all wrong. I heard it and I just felt sickened, actually. I just thought, that is sickening that Trump's playbook is now happening here, right here in Glasgow, and it's so cynical, isn't it? About doing that as a way to, well, they will win seats for Holyrood. I mean, clearly they will because of the voting system, but hopefully we can keep that to a minimum. Quite close to me is Knightswood Shopping Centre, so there was graffiti, right-wing anti-Muslim graffiti appearing. It's a very diverse community around about Knightswood. So some people must have walked past that and thought, well, that's talking about me, and then how do you feel? Presumably you can't help yourself but feel on edge or even frightened.
I mean, obviously, the protests outside the hotels and so on, we have no idea whether these were people from Scotland or whether they were people who had been brought up, organised by Reform and brought up in Scotland. We don't know that. We do know that Reform has support in Scotland, so they may well have managed to gather enough activists. But, I mean, some of what we saw, the hatred, kill them all, etc.
Oh, yes, horrible.
Oh. Ah. Oh, fuck. I've put it expanded on so you can hear me a bit better. Am I coming through loud and clear? Oh. Right, I can hear myself through my speakers on the laptop. Still doubled. Oh dear God.
was just utterly vile, and I think that we need to make sure that we stand.
Right, I can still hear it. Can everyone still hear me? Please? Ooh. Now there's the input. Oh, more reverb, motherfucker. I'll figure that. I know who to ask. I'll ask them later on. To see if they can help me. I do apologise. If we can get through this, how long's left? 17 minutes left. If you can suffer through it, please. I'll get this sorted. What? Yay! Ah, fantastic. I'll not need to bother Ash. Daddy, touch it. I'll be a good girl. I'll touch fucking nothing. Carry on, ladies.
And up for Scotland being a welcoming and inclusive society. I think we are lucky that we have a government, and it starts at the top, who do not blame immigrants for issues.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, self-care is good care. If you've got a busy day ahead, get yourself away to your scratcher. No problem. Obviously, I'm here to promote good health, good sleep patterns, even though I don't really have a decent one myself. Don't get me wrong, I get enough sleep and everything. Usually about 4 or 5 hours. So that's all I can stay still for. Because those joint tissues, delightful. Oh, you're welcome. Feel free to come back. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay based. And I'll catch you later. Bye with pet. I'm glad you've already saw this, which is a good thing. Bye bye. Okay, that's the best I've sounded in months. I will fumble my way through this. But I'm glad. I am so glad. That was a bit pitchy. Yay. Carry on, ladies.
Because what we've seen is the Tories chasing reform and setting their stall on reform territory. Well, frankly,
Oh, I do want the best experience for all of you. Trust me on that. Inept. Learning. Let's just say learning. I'm still on the learning curve. Labour are, I can't speak honestly. Labour are also chasing the reform voters. Won't work. Mark my words. We'll see in the locals next year. See how they do. For everyone who will be voting in the local elections in England, have fun. Please campaign. I do not want to see many reform. They've already got 10 councils. I'm not entirely sure if we have to worry about the Tories. Don't get me wrong, they're always a threat. They're always there in the background. Well, no, not in the background. We'll see how they do. See if they get a bloody nose as well. She might not survive. Hi, Kemi. I've already said this. I think I said this last night. I think the ones waiting in wings who will actually throw their hat into the ring are Jenrick and Phil. Imagine that, the fucking Tory leader. Oh God, it'd be fucking hilarious.
All you're doing is actually vindicating Farage. And we see Labour doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And I was a wee bit disappointed even in some of the Alba statements, still adding in, you know, the challenges of public services and housing due to immigration. It's not due to immigration. You know, immigrants are a tiny proportion of our society. You know, to blame all of the ills of our NHS on immigration, how many staff, as I said before, in social care, there were parts of the Highlands just before Brexit, where 30% of social care workers were EU citizens. My husband, who's German, worked as a GP here for decades. You know, immigrants actually look after us, whether they're building homes, working in our public services. So we're at least lucky that we have a government that sets that tone. But what we've seen at a UK level is the Tories and Labour chasing reform. And we're getting the same with the Scottish Tories, with Russell Finlay starting the same language. And I think one of the dangers is the unionist parties will be glad to see the saltire being used in this Raise the Flags campaign, because they think it will intimidate us to no longer be able to use the saltire, and we absolutely need to stand against that.
This was just a still from the march on Saturday, which was fab. This wonderful, great atmosphere as ever. Somebody put a comment saying, so why is the council taking down saltires in Glasgow, but we've got them, you know, which is the good saltire, which is the bad saltire? I thought, actually, maybe they shouldn't have taken them down in Glasgow if there's no association. You know, the fact that it's been put up by somebody, they haven't put their name on it. Why don't we claim it back? But it's an interesting one.
After that happened last week, and an acquaintance of mine put a notice up on it's a local Yes group WhatsApp. I'm going up to Knightswood shopping centre. I've got a friend going with me. We're taking a table. We've got leaflets from Stand Up to Racism group, Stand Up to Racism Scotland group. Anyone wants to come, please come. So I thought, well, I'll just go up. And it was like an hour at lunchtime. You know, people respond once, you know, you said what it was for. They were gathering, you know, signatures on a petition to say that they were against, didn't want this happening. I think it's going to Glasgow Council. But people were it was very positive. Once most people said, oh yeah, I'll sign that. That was dreadful. And so I came away heartened, actually, and it was a bit like what we've been kind of saying. It was just a wee thing. 3 women, including me, and then another woman from the same WhatsApp group appeared, and then the chap who's going to be the candidate for the Holyrood constituency came up. He came and joined us. So it was just like WhatsApp, 5 people. And maybe 50 signatures were gathered. And it is just a small thing, but that's what you need, isn't it? Just another one and another one and another one.
I think it's important to actually share, you know, take photographs of that, put it on social media, share it, and help to empower other people. If there's 2 of you and a picnic table with your saltire and your petition or your leaflet or whatever, you know, just get on with it. We used to have at the kind of various Brexit voting boards where people could put coloured dots on things. You know, people will come up and say, "What's this about?" And it gives you a chance to engage with people, and that's what all of us need to do. And it doesn't matter what way it is, whatever way you and your pal might feel comfortable doing, or you and your own, or you and a whole group, is just to get out and do it. But we mustn't allow the saltire to be hijacked. I mean, I saw there were some outside the Scottish Parliament where it was a saltire, but then they had something stuck on it that was, you know, send them back or deport them.
There was only tiny numbers. There was three saltires and somebody wearing one. And I mean, they're what we got there, mass deportation now, stop the boat. So they're the people saying they're going to protect our women. You know, no, thank you.
They don't give a toss about women. They will jump on whatever bandwagon. And I'm sorry, this idea of painting, you know, we had it in the House of Commons. Yes, what happened in Rotherham was appalling, the grooming gangs. But this narrative that they keep coming back to, despite all the evidence of, oh yes, it's Muslim men who abuse the most young women in the UK, that's absolute nonsense. The biggest group of abusers are young white men. So, you know, don't allow them to get away with absolutely talking rubbish and using that to stir up hate. So, you know, I was never prouder of Nicola Sturgeon than the morning after the Brexit referendum, when the first people she spoke to were European citizens like my husband, saying, I'm sorry about this vote, we want you to stay. Whether it's Kenmure Street, or, you know, Refugee, or getting out and saying refugees welcome here, or what you just described. We need to be clear what kind of Scotland we are and what kind of Scotland we really want to become.
Yeah, indeed, and that wee hour up at Knightswood, I did do a little video on just using my phone, stuck it on our TikTok, and it's had about 1,000 views. So it's worth
Gets
it.
it out
It
there.
gets around.
And there was a couple of other protests on in Edinburgh. It was buzzing. The centre was buzzing, but 2 of them related to Palestine and Gaza, which I thought we might be nice just to touch on. This was a silent protest outside Queen Elizabeth House, or colonial headquarters as we refer to it. And this was really interesting because there was a parallel one in London, which the police tactics there were, I don't know if you've seen pictures, they were screaming at each other, they were dragging them out. This one was very different. I mean, there were police there, obviously. There was camera police there as well with the orange hats on, and they had a drone, so it was scrutinized. But it was a really very dignified, respectful event and well attended. There was a bell rang, and they fell silent. They wrote, you know, they opposed genocide on their signs. They held them up. They're wearing the Palestine Needs Action T-shirts. It went on for about half an hour. And then the march arrived, which was Stop the War. And that just came storming down the high street completely, you know, and they joined in the silent vigil quietly, and then they carried on. It was just, the energy was fabulous, and that was very well supported as well.
I read about it. As you know, I was originally going to be speaking at the All Under One Banner March yesterday, but because of some health issues, but I had to withdraw from that, because otherwise I would have been trying to finagle it so that I could do both. But no, I mean, I really admire the people, and I admire.
Oh, Philippa, darling, try not to burn yourself out. I know how much you do and how much you're promoting for Scotland and basically going out and speaking to everyone, which is fucking amazing. Well done. Round of applause. Be careful of burnout, darling. Okay. I don't know if she's still being a surgeon or if she's purely doing this campaigning and going around this great nation of ours. I don't think she might be, I don't know. But be careful of burnout, Philippa, please. We need people like you. Really must be knackered at times. And if you've got health issues, self-care, please, I beg of you. I know my limits. That's why I've not been going out, I've not been doing much, not going out anywhere. Getting my super hubby to, well, he already does everything around the house essentially. Oh my god, the mix for the burgers. Ah, I know my limits. Saving myself for the conference next month. Travel takes a lot out of me, so I'm going to be pacing myself.
The people in London who knew they would be treated as appallingly as that. I'm glad to see that Police Scotland have moved on, because we were having, maybe not on the same scale, but we were having stories of people being arrested for basically just supporting Palestine and Palestinian rights. And I was really glad to see Humza write to the Procurator Fiscal's office and say, you know, come on, we need to do something different, because the proscription of Palestine action is absolute nonsense and ridiculous, and is calling the law basically into disrepute completely. Now, I would not necessarily have been somebody throwing paint at planes or throwing paint at businesses or whatever. So it's not that I would have supported what they do, but the idea of proscribing them as terrorists is an utter misuse of terrorism law and is reducing people's right to free speech and to protest in whatever way they choose to protest. And of course, what we then saw, it was actually migrating, so that if you were standing chanting Free Gaza or Free Palestine, you were having people who were being lifted. So I was really glad to see that contrast between Police Scotland and what was happening with the Met, which as you say, was appalling. Watching them dragging away an 83-year-old minister, watching them dragging away the blind chap in his wheelchair. I mean, come on. What ridiculous. Do you think this makes you look like? It makes the law an ass, and a cruel ass at that.
Yeah.
What we don't know, because obviously I did see in the papers that there have been a couple of people arrested in Edinburgh in relation to the Terrorism Act, one in their 60s, one in their early 80s. So what I don't know is, did the police make a decision to not go in and manhandle people? But as you say, it was all filmed, and are they now going to start arresting people?
Yeah,
now,
that's what they did the last Gaza protest. It was over the following weekend, the following couple of days.
So we may see that.
Yeah.
We have seen that the Lord Advocate has cancelled court dates, has cancelled bail conditions, but what they have not said is, oh, Scotland's going to do something different. What they are saying is, this is the criminal law, but what we will do is have a special procurator who will look into it all. I would like to see them go further. I have to say,
another fight they could pick, isn't it?
Exactly. Because it's ridiculous.
The Advocate's the Chief Judge, essentially up here in Scotland, by the way. Procurator Fiscals are basically like our CPS, so they're the the prosecutors. Obviously, they also have investigative powers. They're essentially like a mix of like a lawyer and a policeman. Remember, our law is slightly different up here. They shouldn't be arresting people for doing this. It's slightly different legislation up here, slightly different law up here. So we can still protest. We shouldn't be getting lifted essentially by the polls. And with Philippa, the Advocate should be going further and saying no, that you're allowed to protest. And most of the time they're doing it silently. Case in point, the video they just shown, and the footage of that just sitting there with a placard and not causing any trouble.
Ridiculous. It's more than ridiculous. It's appalling. And you know, so I think it's great the people who have been willing to do it, particularly in London, where they know they are going to be dragged and hit and thrown into vans and all the rest of it. I think I'm full of admiration for what they've done, but I would like Scotland to be taking an even stronger, different reaction. I'm glad of the change in Police Scotland. I'm glad of the change the Lord Advocate has announced, but I think we should be standing up for, frankly, what's right. And what's right is freedom of speech, freedom to protest, and to fight against the actual proscription of Palestine action, because I don't think it'll stand. I think it'll eventually fall in the courts because it's nonsense. And therefore, I'd quite like to see Scotland get ahead of that curve and say,
exactly.
We're not doing this.
That's another one where you would take people with you, because I think that is the general mood. You know, it's a chance for the Scottish government to be, you just have to tap into what people care about.
I mean, with what we're watching in Gaza, I mean, as you know, my involvement, that I used to live there and was involved in setting up the breast cancer project and so on. I mean, you know, I met before Christmas, as I think I said when we talked in February, and there was only one person remaining from our original breast cancer team. In March, so after I spoke to you, the night that Israel broke the ceasefire, they killed one of my best friends from Gaza and her eldest daughter. So she survived 15 months of war and was killed through a supposed ceasefire. And it just goes on and on and on. So, you know, the idea that people who are sitting quietly protesting against a genocide are terrorists, in contrast to what we are watching. We all have a duty to speak up against what's happening in Gaza, and every government has a duty. I mean, I was glad to see the decisions the Scottish government made this week. I was glad to see the vote in Holyrood. I'm quite proud of that. Obviously, you want to see the action that comes from it. But all of us will have to answer whether to our children, our grandchildren, ourselves, our own consciences. What did you do? How did you try to combat the suffering that's happening in Gaza at the moment? And the idea of police dragging elderly protesters away, it's just so shocking, utterly shocking.
You feel this sense of energy building, you know, that there's something that people are just, well, certainly in Edinburgh on a Saturday afternoon going, I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want that, I'll have some of that. And we were all out there, and it was,
that's what we had in 2014, as people said, the discussions in the pub were about politics and not about football, you know. And
exactly.
2014, my experience of 2014 was it was a festival of politics, and it even ran in through the election in 2015. The energy was incredible, and it's trying to get that energy back, because unless we can get that positivity and energy, then we are in danger of apathy, negativity, and that's when the extremists actually get their chance to take over.
There's one thing, Philippa, you're obviously doing more than, you know, your bit, probably a couple of dozen people's bits kind of going around doing those talks, and, you know, it's really great to hear that, and I bet there's a lot of people.
Philippa, can you hear me? Come to Glasgow so I can talk to you, please. I'd love for her to come here. It'd be brilliant. I can get into the city centre, no problem, and I could probably get through to Edinburgh. I don't know where she lives. She represented an Ayrshire constituency, by the way.
In Scotland who go out of those halls and with something to think about, which is the main thing, isn't it? You give people something. You give people something.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy doing the talks, but I really enjoy the Q&A, the kind of interaction. I mean, I'm always a bit knackered afterwards, but you know, it's that engagement is really positive, and you know, I'd be totally happy if people have a local group that they would like me to come and they think they could organize an event. You know, my email is very simple. It's just philippa@whitford.scot, 1 L and 2 P's in Philippa. And if they can pull their Yes groups or their Palestine groups or whatever together, you know, I'm quite happy to come and try and have these discussions. But as I say, these discussions are actually for all of us, every single one of us. If you believe in independence, you shouldn't just be bitching on social media. You should be actually trying to reach out to those who are not yet convinced. That's the duty for every single one of us.
Yeah, here.
Fantastic. Yeah. Well, as ever, what a pleasure. The hour goes in no time when we're chatting to you, and I think we've covered a whole load of very important topics there. So thank you very much for your time, as ever, and thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
You're very welcome. It's lovely to see you both again.
Thanks for listening, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that. If you want to make sure you're following us and subscribe to us, then you get notified every time we put something new out, so you don't miss anything. That would be great. Also, you can click the little bell if you're watching on YouTube.
And sign up for our mailing list. You can do that from the website, and we always send one out at the beginning of each month to tell you what's happening. Last but not least, you can buy us a coffee on coffee.com.
Woohoo! You think just typing in Distorting Scotland might work? Oh!
Our guest in this edition of Straight Talk is Professor John Robertson, who carried out research into media bias during the 2014 Scottish independence referendum, leading the BBC trying to have him sacked from his job at the University of the West of Scotland. Professor Robertson discusses what happened and if he believes that things have got better or worse as far as mainstream media is concerned since 2014.
I left school in 1969 with some inadequate hires and a letter from my head teacher which said, quite a bright boy, but definitely not university material. So I suppose having made it to professor eventually, I should go back, but it's too late now. He recommended I go to art college. I did, so I was a failed art student within a few months, and then 4 years later I was a failed architecture student and sacked from the office I worked in. Then I had a year in a chemical factory, which was a real kind of cold shower for me in terms of what life was like. Then at the age of 24, went to university to do social sciences, social policy and social science. And from then on, I've been pretty much in education, schools, teacher training college, university, and then retiring as a professor, but only becoming professor at the age of 73. 63. At the age of 63, I'm jumping ahead there. Only got a PhD at 61, and so I'm an example of lifelong learning, I suppose. And then when I retired in 2016, got interested in Scottish politics much more. In 2013, of course, I had become interested in the referendum coming along. But before that, because of the kind
Hmm. Okay. Bloody hell, I've been going for 4.5 hours. I think I might actually read out. Yeah, 4.5 hours. I think I've reached my limit. Let's see who we can go and find. Maple Take, Sad Girl, Tofu Ghost, Cinemarxism, Segway, Blue Wanderer, Grenadier, The Burb, The Doodles. Anyone else? Give me a minute. Landry, Watch Party. Yeah, let's go and say hi to Maple. Um, oh, see, there's the name. There's Maple. Who else? Oh, a couple of houses going. Tofu Ghost, Grenadier, Segway, Sad Girl, Econaut, USA Hole, Santhemum, Loki Stop Foot. No! Ray. How long's Ray? How long's Gnome been going? Two and a half hours. Oh, they're playing Peak. Oh, that's
You? Awesome. I couldn't remember what I ended on. Bing bong!
Bing bong!
You want him? Sure, I'll take Bing bong.
Here you go, Gnome. Here you go.
If you long click, he'll
Hooray!
answer your questions.
Wait.
Hey,
Oh,
Gnome.
hooray! Oh, a helicopter, huzzah!
I'm wasting all these flares. Red will dominate the world.
Yeah, for your sacrifice, Gnome. Remember, tell my wife hello, and that I was gonna divorce her anyways.
Tell my wife and this was a great vacation.
Yeah!
Yeah! Bing bong badge.
Dehydrated. Yep, it is good.
Yeah! Oh, I'm wearing my Hawaiian stuff.
Baby.
Okay.
I'm gonna count this as a victory with you guys surviving.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa!
Oh. Oh my god! Oh my god! What the hell?